Okay, well, here we are once again. Welcome to those watching this live stream. Kenny Veach, MCave Mystery, looking into the mind of what was happening with Kenny leading up to his disappearance and maybe just on the verge of disappearing, the build up beforehand. That's what we're taking a look at today. Welcome to those that are present watching. Running late, I assume? No, not at all. This is the usual procedure. People tend not to show up on time anyway, so that's why there's a buffer zone. We've got JSO Heals as well. Just allow people to come on in. The live counter may be inaccurate, so do I have the second device with me? Yes, I do. I can use the second device just to check if the right people show up on time, in which on here it says 0, which congratulations YouTube, already playing up. This platform's a joke. We've got Maddie, welcome. Trav, welcome. I think in the past I've done some psychology related videos with Kenny Veach and the relationship status between Kenny and Sharon Pilgrim, the confusion there. I know Trav in recent time made a reference saying maybe do a psychology related one with Kenny Veach, so that's what can be applied tonight. It doesn't mean it just has to be the simple, one side of the story is once upon a time Kenny Veach, hiker, struggling mentally, removed himself from this earth when he went out in the desert. But equally, it doesn't just have to be, well, the girlfriend's lying, she's only telling a certain story. It's a certain agenda. People listen to her because mental health professional at the end can look in between, the little details in between. So you just really question, would he really do that to himself? How likely is it? We've got Sliverin, Avada, Beam, welcome. And of course, welcome to those watching in the background as well. Tonight, yes, it is focused on Kenny Veach and it will remain focused on Kenny. If there's any time at the very end, I might do some coverage elsewhere, but let's just focus on MCave. We've got the customary police sirens outside, so getting down to business early. Just let me know if the audio is fine, that things are in sync for you. If there's any delay, glitches, just say, and we'll just wait for catch up. Yeah, we got Mad as well. Maddie and Mad. That's good. Audio power's all good here. Maximum power. That's what we need. I don't know if I told Jeff Claw about the live. Yeah, I did. But did I send a link? I think I did. Because I created the live stream earlier, sent the link out. Not as a community post on YouTube though, because I did a poll earlier on other stuff. Sigma, did you look into what Jeff Claw was on about the other day? Yeah, I checked about. I considered, the possibilities of SB Vega's adventures. Need to try and find some screenshots there to compare, and if not, it doesn't matter. Need to reserve it for a video. The video being trying to get the same exact angle, same perspective, before and after, side-by-side comparison, and trying to understand what's really caused it. All kinds of different outcomes and reasons. But just wait until that video comes. Thought about doing a live today. Felt like it, so then I could do other stuff in between. A live stream is quite simple to do. A lot more easier compared to pre-recorded videos and all the editing there. This is just all in one go. And hopefully there's enough awareness, enough people come about. Of course, the title of this video isn't the latest news or the breaking news, but not everything has to be latest breaking news. Looking back at the past can be just as important. And it actually brings me on to that point that I think it was the Noah Presgrove case, true crime. It actually got to the point where the human race actually said, Raf, Why is it breaking news? Oh, here we go with more breaking news. It got to the point where I was so consistent in what I do, most stamina, most depth, that actually humans were gagging and begging me to stop covering the latest breaking news. Do you think that's some of the most incompetent shit going about? It's like a private search team or a search and rescue going out searching for someone, putting all the time and the resources in, going above and beyond, and then other people on the sidelines say, "Oh no, don't be going now. Oh, you do more searches. Well, what more do you want doing? Oh, don't do anything at all." What a load of incompetence. The fact that there are people out there that are complaining that there's too much breaking news. So what do you want? No news whatsoever. Like the humans on the sideline that say, "Why aren't you calling me a human?" Well, what are you then? You an alien? You a gorilla? What do you want to associate as exactly? Weird behavior, but that's true crime. Not seen it at the moment in the Kenny Veach case, but if we do, well, we'll be having words. We will be having words about that. We got Sunny, welcome, showing up live. That's all good. As for anyone watching in the chat and in the background, I believe it was Sunny's birthday in recent times, so a little bit late now, but happy birthday to Sunny. And if anyone is interested in additional true crime and stuff like that on the sideline, Sunny does have videos on their channel, so if you want to check them out, you can. So there are videos on the list of Kenny Veach, M Cave. The next one will be the M Cave hike paired with where Kenny Veach is likely to be at. That's what I will be considering. Then followed by onwards, could well be the skull, the rock, the cave that Kenny's scared of. I really should be doing short clips on Kenny Veach just to help spread the awareness, but just the timing of it, I got to try and figure out what's the best plan. I don't know if you do short clips, Trav. Short clips, I guess, could be previews, summaries of what's being talked about, maybe. If you wonder, is there any like background sound? It's just a drink here and it's crackling away. I don't know what the fuck's going on. It's a chemical reaction inside. Why is it still bubbling away? So annoying. So I'll just allow a few more people to join on in. If that's the case, and anyone watching, feel free to hit the thumbs up. Be much appreciated, just to help push the live out there so more people can come about. Mad, any more about the Three of Hearts? So the Three of Hearts, not looked at in a very long time. Back then with Really Robin, the 2022 account onwards, the video that you saw, that old one, which I incorporated in one of my recent videos, that was kind of like the cliffhanger, you want to put it like that. It didn't get pursued any further past that point because Robin didn't push it anymore from my memory. I said there's a lot of bitty bits from back then on Kenny Veach. Artari did a lot of coverage on those areas, the cryptic nerds, the online research. Artari did quite a lot, but unfortunately, as they said, due to safety reasons, they ended up deleting their videos or something to protect themselves. But I remember, it's just because I've got a good memory, there was one time where I defended them and actually spent 44 minutes, a 44-minute video defending them, and then later something happened, they changed in behavior, and then they partially turned on me. And at one point, they were actually making a deal with one of the dodgy accounts that was attacking me at one point. So talk about jumping ships all over the place. Things haven't happened since, but I just remember stuff, and it's important to remember stuff to try and prevent history from repeating itself again. Unusual situations within the Kenny Veach case, but as much as people get involved within this case and some come out as a different person, never to be the same again, what about Kenny himself? Did he change as a person? For the better, for the worse? Psychologically speaking, what was going on in Kenny Veach's mind when he was out there in the desert one last time? And even before that, like the night before, when he was at the movie theaters with his girlfriend, supposedly. Confusing, though. Girlfriend, friend, what's the dynamics there? Kenny Veach, in his house tour video, referred to Sharon as his friend. And it was Sharon that referred to herself as the girlfriend, not ex, but the girlfriend, as if Kenny is still alive at that point. But that was years on when Sharon left a comment on YouTube. So look at it this way. Sharon is under the firm belief that Kenny Veach is no longer alive because he removed himself from this earth due to psychological struggles, and he did it out in the desert. Years on, that's what she believes and that's what she thinks, and she commented about it on YouTube. So years on, when you believe that Kenny Veach is dead and it's self-inflicted, why do you introduce yourself online as the girlfriend? How can you be the girlfriend, the current girlfriend, with a dead person? You'd regard yourself as the ex-girlfriend, right? So already strange. But then again, I don't know, maybe in the past, the way people like to have certain titles and how they may associate with someone when the other person's not even aware or even around to acknowledge it or not. Wow, we've got a few more people showing up now. Welcome to the live stream and those in the background. If you don't know already, the Kenny Veach case is deeper than you think. And when it comes to the girlfriend, even deeper there. When you look at the girlfriend's comments, some of which very questionable. One of the comments, which I don't know if you'd be able to find now on YouTube because there's so many and so many replies, the girlfriend stated Kenny's other camera was missing. His usual camera left behind, but an alternative camera was missing from the house, so he likely took it with him. How come nobody acknowledges that? People rush to the concept of the same old story. Oh, Kenny went out there. He didn't take a camera because he didn't intend on returning back, etc., etc. So then why did the girlfriend say another camera was missing then? What about Kenny's phone? It's found at the mineshaft, right? Well, does that phone not have a camera on it? The back, the front facing? Doesn't that have to be a high-end camera? You know what I'd like to know is, what date, what month, what year did Kenny go out there to first encounter the M cave on his unrecorded hike? Okay, you didn't have your camera with you on that hike. And yet Kenny Veach on his Facebook page, he's got photos of him, 2011, 2012, maybe 2013, hiking about. Oh, he was able to take photos then, but no, on this one particular M cave hike, when he actually found it, unexpectedly, he had no camera whatsoever. So you tell me that Kenny Veach walked around and went everywhere without a phone? What about when Kenny Veach said, oh, my girlfriend had to pick me up on the highway? How would the girlfriend know how or where to pick Kenny Veach up? It would require a form of communication, unless Kenny Veach went to a visitor center or reached out to a person passing by. Can I use your phone temporarily? Do we even know what phone Kenny Veach had at the time? No. But is there a chance that it had a camera on? There's a fair chance. It's 2014. By then, there were smartphones coming out. Not as advanced as they are now, but, you know, beside smartphones, even flip phones had cameras. So why didn't Kenny Veach use the camera on his phone then? Was it an excuse at the end of the day? Whether you actually saw something or you believed you saw something, how come you didn't record it? Because Kenny had absolutely no camera with him whatsoever, so he didn't have a phone with him then. I know you can't assume that everyone who has a phone must have a camera with it, but most phones onwards do have a camera somewhere, even in 2014. I don't know what iPhone, just as an example, measuring stick or Samsung phone existed back then. I'm sure we could check it up online. Red Rock Search and Rescue have been rather quiet and uncooperative, so don't know about the situation there. Let me just catch up with the comment section whilst we're here. We got links, welcome. Maddie, I was curious, Kenny's, that was left, how he collected it, or did they tow it back because keys were most probably gone? As for the keys, no clue. Not sure whatsoever. I read somewhere, and it may have been in an article which has been deleted, hidden since online, when Red Rock was searching about. It may have been Gene Lukowski, whether you can believe in him or not. It was Gene Lukowski, or it was an article elsewhere claiming that when the search team were looking through Kenny's vehicle, they did not find anything unusual. They found scraps of paper, and that was pretty much it. We got Unexplain. Is that how you say it? Unexplain. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the live. They say, I believe he stumbled into a secret entrance, but they have frequency weapons inside that make you paralyzed until they come get you. The interesting thing is, Unexplain, is that Kenny Veach's scent ended at the mine shaft. So any military-related equipment, any caves, anything further on, Kenny did not reach that point unless there is a big but that maybe Red Rock Search and Rescue lied as well, but you can't even trust them. So to consider. Sonny, thank you so much. You're welcome. Hopefully people check the channel out. Mad. There was a boat purchased in 2014 to a Catherine and Sandy with that name. When you say with that name, Mad, are you referring to a person called Catherine Veach? Sandy Veach? Is that what you mean? But he could have backtracked. Yes, he could have backtracked, of course. Now, it may have not been highlighted as often, but we can always refer back to it, okay? You could combine the concept of Kenny being missing out in the desert, but you could also combine the possibilities of him, backtracking. Did he go up to the mine shaft to leave stuff behind on purpose, to stage it as something? Then he backtracked and then went elsewhere on a different hike to get to the location or a location for whatever reason. Why would he do that? Because that would imply he doesn't want to be found, but also it kind of implies he doesn't want anyone to know maybe about the true location of the M cave, which would then put in doubt and question what was he really doing then on his recorded hike in October when he went out there. Was he really hiking with the intent of finding the cave to prove to people? Or was he trying and pretending? Was it like a really Robin type attitude of, it's the thought that counts. I'm going to do it, but by the way, I'm not going to do it. But instead of saying I'm not going to do it, we'll use some excuse or a little counter to say, oh, things went wrong, something bad happened, got injured, got hurt. It's the sympathy card, it's psychological warfare, it's emotional manipulation, these little tactics in the background. People will push and push without trying, without thinking too hard. But, sometimes if you're aware you see too much, you consider more. Mad. It was purchased in Phoenix, Arizona, and taken to California, but registered in Cook County. Right. What I'm saying is, Mad, the person called Catherine and Sandy, do their last names, surnames end with Veach? Or is it just two random people? Maddie. But he said in his last video saying it's dangerous to go out there alone, but then phone left behind. Dangerous to go out there alone, and Kenny also pushes his body, making it even more dangerous. Few contradictions in a way. If it's dangerous, you think you'd take more care. But in the mind of Kenny, if you was to consider the concept of if mentally he wasn't quite there, is he going to be as cautious and careful, or could someone be reckless depending on their state of mind? That does have to be acknowledged, at least. As said, it's just about looking at it from both angles. Awesome Destroyer, why was Kenny's family not trying to help with anything? Bit of a strange one, yeah. One thing that Susan Veach, the sister-in-law to Kenny Veach, had mentioned was, and I can't remember the specific date, but just after Kenny Veach's disappearance, it may have been within a month or two, or it could have been 2 weeks after Kenny's disappearance. Can't fully remember, but Susan Veach had commented saying the brother to Kenny, known as Raymond Veach, and another guy or so had gone round to Kenny Veach's house to grab certain items and then left. Why did that happen then? What were they doing at the house? Were they going to collect certain items because that's what Kenny wanted and Kenny couldn't face or risk going back to the house because it would mean blowing his cover at the time? Interesting. What else do we have? Unexplained. Do you think the military stations a guard at every secret entrance? No, they use frequency weapons, motion sensors, and cameras. But once again, unexplained. Kenny's trail ended at the mine shaft, and at the mine shaft, there are no caves about or around nearby. It would be further on, or maybe off to the right, up canyons. But because the trail ended at the mine shaft, Kenny either disappeared there on the spot, which would be unusual because there's no caves, there's no real clear indication of military related stuff in that spot. And out of all the other hikers that have gone there, they haven't disappeared either. But in fairness, they've had some issues there on the sideline. If Kenny Veach backtracked, went a different way, where exactly, and wherever he went, maybe is where the military related, weapons, equipment, sensors were at. But these sensors that are out there, depending where they are at, and over time, the course of hikers that have come on in and come on out, how many of those hikers triggered a sensor without them even knowing? Because all the hikers, what we know of, that have gone out have made it back safe, specifically the ones that have recorded the hikes. There's been a level of clear communication. So what makes it different about Kenny and coming across something he wasn't supposed to see compared to other hikers that have been out there since? I mean, Jeff Clark felt vibrations, got buzzed. That's significant, but Jeff survived. Issues with equipment, SB lost footage but survived. Sean Horlacker stalked in the dark, stalked at a campfire in a tent, hearing footsteps about. And then in 2019, years on from the 2016 encounter, on the way out of Pitcher Canyon, going back to his truck, which would be heading south, footsteps following him in the dark, looking around, they kept stopping and then continued. Whatever that was, Sean survived. Why do all these other hikers survive, but Kenny Veach didn't? If it's down to because Kenny is the key to the cave, knows the location, and no one else does, it's not of anyone else's interest from there. But if Kenny Veach truly knew the location then, he would have found it then in his October hike video, but he didn't. If Kenny forgot and was completely clueless, well then, why would the military need to take him or do anything to him if he's completely lost, confused, he doesn't know? No threat to the military. Unless Kenny did know but was playing dumb in the October hike, but then that would mean there was already a deal in place with maybe the military or some in the background to say, right, if you're going to go out there, Kenny, keep it natural, keep it real, but pretend like you don't know where the cave is and throw people off. You know, when you may know a secret, you're about to reveal it, but the bad ones get to you first, and then there's a deal made or a threat, and it's like, right, keep on doing what you're doing, keep it natural, don't suddenly change up. But when you do go out, when you do reveal it, conceal, alter it. There's so many different, outlooks. Trav, I think Kenny was genuinely looking for the cave in his video. Could be wrong, just the vibe I get. Truly looking for it. Yeah, that one cave that Kenny was scared of, he did not give it the time of day to explore or get up close. And, Jeff and some of us have said because of the time, the length of time, you wouldn't be able to do it because he's kind of in a rush against time before it goes dark, maybe. But if you know you're coming towards the end of the canyon, almost like coming towards the end of your hike before you do the loop back on flatter ground where there's less caves, arguably speaking, you think you would desperately try and explore anything you can towards the end, regardless of time. When you're trying to find something, it's like, oh, it's not working out. Desperate times, desperate measures. What can we look for on the spot, if anything? Right, what else do we have? We got Mia, welcome. Maddie, sometimes a person thinks when you leave your phone behind could mean two things, either not wanting to be tracked or forced to leave the phone there or planted there. Susan Veach once previously, in her theory, had suggested that Kenny Veach went missing, but a few days after the phone was planted there, and that's why the condition of the phone was the way it was when it was found. I don't know if I've got the screenshots of all that, but maybe it would be on Susan Veach's YouTube channel in the community section. I'd have to look back. As I said, there's a lot of different material here and there, but I need to get other videos done out the way first, just so there's more free space to think openly, because when all the material's all over the place, it can get a bit hectic. So tomorrow, I'm going to try and aim for another Kenny Veach video. Response to Jay Silverheels. Is Jay Silverheels watching right now? Can't see him. Welcome to anyone else watching this live stream and in the background. And shout out to those for the contributions in the chat. And of course, shout out to those in the background with the hearts. Appreciate that. We've got Vesna. Welcome. Unexplained. Yes, I understand. His belongings were found laying at the top or bottom of the shaft. All screams misdirection. Some items left behind, yeah. Other items still missing. The backpack, the gun, one of the most important ones. So did Kenny purposely leave some items in one spot and then leave other items elsewhere? Leave the phone behind so you don't get tracked. Why not just leave the phone at home to begin with? Unless Kenny more so forced to leave it there and had no choice, or intentionally put it there when he felt like he was compromised because he was in danger, threatened by something. Yet he didn't leave the gun. He didn't drop the gun. He made sure he had that with him. EJ, unless Kenny had some kind of spray to cover his scent. Maybe. But why would Kenny not... Why did Kenny not spray immediately when he stepped foot out in the desert? It's like Kenny purposely wanted to leave a trail up to a certain point. Just happens to be the mine shaft, which would be the beacon point from the beginning of his hike video of October. It's like he at least intentionally went to the mine shaft to leave his mark, and then something happened. Because it's okay, Sharon, the girlfriend, saying, oh, Kenny Veach probably removed himself from this earth because he was struggling with depression, etc. But if a person at least was depressed, are they going to be thinking, right, got to get the spray, got to hide the scent, got to do it in a methodical process? No, they wouldn't really be thinking that clear. There'd just be tunnel vision on, must end it, must go somewhere, and that's it. And because it ends at the mine shaft, you'd think the word ends would mean that's where Kenny's life ends as well. Yeah, he's not there. So maybe he did go elsewhere. But this is the thing. It's what the articles say. It's what David Cummings, the Red Rock commander at the time, had said, quoted. Are they telling the truth then? If Red Rock can't be clear, transparent, and open about additional details, even just the condition of the phone, the make of the phone, if you can't even be honest about that, can we really trust them? If they can't communicate with the public when normally, you know, search and rescues are, some of the information can be public, but now in this one, tight-lipped. If they're going to be tight-lipped, are they only telling us what we want to know compared to what's really happening? Sigma, is Sean's covered M cave still considered the top candidate for the true M cave? In a way, I wouldn't call it the true M cave because, at least visually, it's not exactly the most striking looking M cave. A more striking looking M cave would be the one next to it just on the right, or it would be the one on the other side of the facing canyon, just on the left, where Jeff Clark came across it on higher elevation. Because it does partially link more with how Kenny described it. On the side of a mountain, check. Shaped like an M, check. But not a single deep, dark cave has been found or what matches Kenny's description. That's the only problem. But would you be coming across any deep, dark, M-shaped caves if they're all being covered in, covered up, a natural collapse? I mean, look at it now. If the mine shaft has been filled in from 2025 November, around that point onwards, maybe something else was filled in as well earlier. The more you start seeing patterns and trends emerge, the more likely it could have happened and it wasn't the first time round. Let me just catch up on the comments before we go any further with any psychology. If anyone else is joining late, if you don't want to miss out, be sure to rewind to the beginning. Mad, look at the sensors along the road to Area 51 before you get on Green Lake. Maddie, what confuses me on his last hike, he knew everything on his trail but was very surprised when he saw that rock formation. And you talk about the so-called covered M cave where he said, oh, it was kind of like on ground level, kind of like here. The thing is, Mad, when you say he knew everything on his trail, he didn't though. Because Sheep Peak, at the start of his video, he called Sheep Peak Gas Peak. Gas Peak's nowhere near there. So Kenny got that wrong. Kenny also said in his unreleased footage at the end of his hike, oh, I'll have to go and check my map to see the distance or the time it took. Well, if you've been on that hike before and you've got extensive experience, why do you need to check the map? You should already know, right? It's like me, I don't need to check the map. I already know it. I've not even been there because I've looked at it once and I remember it. Surely Kenny Veach should because he's been out there more than once. And that's the thing, Maddie. When you look in between the lines and the words of what Kenny has said, you could interpret it that Kenny Veach has been out there at least 3 times, maximum 5 times. But no one really talks about it. I've done videos on it already. Kenny Veach went out there one time to come across the cave, but Kenny Veach also went out another time, as in on his recorded hike, and then Kenny Veach went out there on his final hike. So that's 3 hikes at least. But how it was also worded, there was another one at some point as well. 4 to 5 different hikes out there. So it's just a shame it doesn't get enough attention. There's all these interesting findings and little details along the way, but not really anyone knows. And it's not really getting an awareness either. And I can't, remember absolutely everything. I'm trying to, but I just feel that some important discoveries and findings along the way are just going to be forgotten about, unfortunately. I think that's what's going to happen. Unexplained. In his previous video, he did speak of the weird feeling he got from the cave. I believe whoever left that comment saying he wouldn't return has inside information. Yeah, so Unexplained, you're referring to the Lemmy Killmister account, the purple one at the time way back then. And when it did backfire and Kenny did go missing, there was a rush of people commenting and questioning him or them. They ended up deleting their channel altogether. Now, it is always a possibility that it was a prank gone wrong. They didn't actually meant what they say, but it happened and then they regret it after. It makes them look dodgy and suspicious. The last thing that's said kind of implies what ended up happening. We got polymath perspective, a pathetic excuse of a human present because they lack, reasoning ability. We'll deal with that cretin in just a second, but let's just see what else is present. If this were for life insurance, doesn't it take 5 years? And I haven't heard about a policy on him. No life insurance has been cashed in or taken out, and I think that was also acknowledged in the documentary. Sigma, mad, do you think his family were putting pressure on him over the M cave? In what way? To make or break, to get popular famous, or what? Because it looks like Kenny Veach was living alone, his family were doing their own thing, so would it concern them much when they don't live together? If they weren't really searching for Kenny, what were they doing when Kenny was alive? Obviously, touchy subject, bit sensitive topics there and now. Awesome Destroyer Ref. Just a little update. I started making the Google document based off this case so it can help people understand more. Started on your first ever Kenny Veach video, February 26, 2020. Is that the one where it was the playlist, How to Not Go Crazy During Your Awakening? Why would Kenny Veach have that in his playlist, How to Not Go Crazy During Your Awakening? Was Kenny into spirituality in a grounded approach or slightly delusional? Was he seeking spirituality because of struggling in life, hoping that he would find inner peace elsewhere? Was it the influence and the ties with his other family members, his brother Raymond being into spirituality, practicing individual with drums and sounds, Debbie owning the Veach family-run healing store? Sigma, Kenny did say, if I did commit, no one would find me. Sigma, when you say that, Kenny said that, did he actually? Because there are no quotes directly from Kenny saying that. Unless you're referring to what the girlfriend Sharon Pilgrim says by re-quoting what Kenny said in a private conversation at some point. We've not actually seen it from the horse's mouth. Sometimes people can put words into another person's mouth. Sometimes people can speak on behalf of another person that isn't there to defend themselves, and what's said isn't exactly true. Mad. Red Rock linked to the DOD. Unexplained. In my opinion, he was snatched for finding some location. If you stumble into high security sector, they can do you like Splinter Cell. Splinter Cell. See, the interesting thing is, unexplained, Mac Adventures had stepped over the line of an Area 51 entranceway and they were punished 4 to 6 months in a detention center, supposedly, but they came out of it alive after that, but didn't do YouTube ever again. Sigma, Kenny said it was low to the ground then. Well, that's the thing, Sigma. If you look back at my videos, I did a compilation, a singular video of Kenny Veach contradicting himself. On the same exact hike, Kenny first described it as gigantic. By the time Kenny was going through Picture Canyon and he exited, he said, "Oh, I didn't find that funny little cave." How can it go from gigantic to a funny little looking cave? Kenny Veach had said, yeah, it's on ground level. But he also said, at a different point in the video, it's on the side of a mountain. Now, when you look online, side of a mountain can imply higher up. When you look at photos online, side of a mountain can mean so far up, doesn't mean to say on ground level. There would have been some other contradictions as well, but I can't remember everything on the spot. Now, I think they're talking about the other rock formation that kind of looked somewhat man-made. What? Where he zoomed in and said, whoa, cool, or something like that. Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah, I remember. It was on top of one of it. It was before the cave section. Further back, it was like going over Wild Horse Pass and then going on towards Picture Canyon and then in the distance seeing that weird rock formation, which I actually did a video on Sigma. I actually did a bit of coverage on that. I don't know how deep I went, but yeah, there is that as well. Polly, let's just catch up with Polly. Polly the parrot. Always found it fascinating that you ignore Kenny told people he could make himself go missing by, well, where's the proof and evidence of that? Where did Kenny Veach directly say that? All for views. It's quite ironic you say that, Polly, because the way this case has gone and the way Kenny Veach has behaved back then, how it implies he may have done it for views and much more. And that's the thing. For Kenny to say if, that's if. And to say he could disappear, but his scent ended at the mine shaft. Didn't go on any further. There's lots of different outlooks. If Kenny had inability to function as a responsible adult, such as pay bills, communicate effectively with family, on the verge of losing everything, where was his so-called girlfriend? The girlfriend being the mental health professional who couldn't really do the job? Is it because it's a conflict of interest? Is there a conflict of interest where one partner is the expert, the other one's the one struggling, so trying to help one another can be awkward? Following the guidelines, acting accordingly, but then it feels cold or too clinical, the references to terms. We can talk about the psychology of the relationship status or the dynamic, as in what could have been done, because we don't know everything. I'll get to that in just a second. Sigma, I think he only went there once, maybe twice before, so finding new things isn't too far-fetched. Okay, well, let's just try and do this on the spot, Sigma. Kenny Veach went out there one time to come across the cave. Kenny Veach went out there another time when he described coming down from Sheep Peak to be picked up at the highway by his girlfriend. That would be a second hike. Was that second hike before or after the so-called M Cave encounter? Then follow it up with the third one when he went out on his recorded hike, and then follow it with his fourth one when he went out and he disappeared. So he did at least 4 hikes in the area, maybe 5. And I think based on the language and the wording, we'd always have to look back, but I'm sure I did a video on it. It could be interpreted that Kenny Veach went out there 5 times. So on which of the hikes did he come across the M Cave? Was it on his very first hike? Was it on his last hike before he went out to actually try and record and search it? He was snakebitmgee. He was just a man, but a skilled man. Him not coming back just don't make sense. Polly, also, there are lots of people in a connection in psychology where when parent ends themselves, their child or one of them also ends themselves one day. I know like 10 people that dies, then kid does the same. Well, we're actually going to be touching upon that within this case. Yeah. Who would have thought it? I forgot to bring my notes with me, but somehow I've managed. It's nothing special. That's what I was going to cover at some point. When I think about it, when people say, "Oh, I've got some notes here and there," it's like, if I had fucking notes, there'd be a bloody case file full of them just for one video, and that would be it. I'd have about 100. My notes are in here most of the time. Super. No, in his hike video, I think he said it was kind of low to the ground in an area like this and was in front of the covered cave. Okay, give me a second. We're going to whip out the receipts. Give me a second. Kenny did contradict himself, and I've got the proof. Just got to look for it. Right, this is a short clip, but does any music play?
It's shaped like a big M. It's a big cave that looks just like a gigantic M. And it's about as tall as I am, kind of narrow. And it's stuck on the side of a...
There we go. There we go. I have found it on the spot once again. So this may not be the be-all and end-all, but this was a short clip that I did. 68,000 views. So thankfully, 68,000 people did see the video. I don't know how many people internalized it, but I just called it Strange Contradictions by Kenny Veach in terms of describing the cave. before I share it with everyone, for those watching in the background, welcome. If you've joined along, be sure to hit the thumbs up, the like button to spread the awareness. Feel free to share this live with anyone you know of. Feel free to share it in any communities who could benefit from talking about this case. It's an open discussion. The psychology of Kenny Veach, the mindset, what was going through his mind, not just all the struggles, but what he was considering in the moment. Did anything impact or change his decision-making on the spot and leading up to his disappearance and even when hiking out there? We got Jeff Clark present, welcome. Whilst this is Psychology Jeff Clark, this is on Kenny Veach, and whilst we can be questionable of Sharon, we don't have to keep it short, we can go in deeper. So yes, Sigma, I'll show you the clip in just a second. Just got to catch up with the comments first of all. Unexplained, I also saw the theory he was breaking into the house. But that made no sense to me, as that wasn't even that bad. Right, so hold on. We've got a good example here. So the reality is unexplained. I was the first and the only person on YouTube to ever release and analyze that CCTV footage to make the link to Kenny Veach. Beside GLP, who was the original on YouTube, I was the very first person to ever make the link from Kenny to the CCTV footage on YouTube. A lot of people don't actually know that because a lot of people hear about it from either Sharon, Susan Veach's sister-in-law, or from the HLN documentary. But once again, in just a minute, I will show you the proof and evidence that I am the first and original on YouTube. Let me show you. Because if you was to look at dates of the things that were posted, I was the first person. And I've got multiple clips of it as well. I've analyzed the healing store from inside and out. I've analyzed the CCTV cameras, as in the locations of them. 4 years ago, I uploaded the video, the analysis. 5 years ago, it was actually the original. Right, so 4 years ago, I did it. It got 108,000 views, so enough people saw it, thankfully. But not enough people know where it came from. But a year before that, 5 years ago, and I'll show you the proof and evidence. This was before anyone else. This was before the documentary. I was the first, and I've got the proof. Just give me a moment. And people could say, does it really matter? It absolutely does, because I like to try and be consistent in giving credit to people, giving the source of where it came from, or at least being honest, as in, I've got no clue. You don't see that enough in true crime, in mysteries. Give me a moment. I've got you sorted, Sigma. I'll show you this, the clip in just a moment. Right, there we go. Are you ready, everyone? Make sure everything's all in place. Volume down, turn it up. Kenny Veach caught on CCTV in 2018, question mark, for good reason, to protect myself. That was uploaded the 9th of May 2021. I was the first person on YouTube to release, to edit, and to make that link, as you can see on there. GLP first brought it up as in the possibilities. I added on with my own analysis by looking up close, analyzing the movement. You don't have to agree with it, but just to know, as a fact, I was the first, and you can see it on screen as proof. What ended up happening was, when I did this analysis, it's what summoned Susan Veach out of the shadows. She appeared out of nowhere, and she backed it up and believed in it. This was used in the HLN documentary. Susan Veach referred to this in the HLN documentary, but supposedly out of protection for me, as it was worded by Susan, I was not credited. There was no credit given to me. There was no acknowledgement whatsoever. The documentary didn't even acknowledge me. I was the one to have done this. Whether it's right, whether it's accurate or not, I was responsible for it, okay? So look, there's the evidence and proof. And that's just a screenshot thumbnail of the video itself. You want to check it out, you can. It's on my channel. But it's kind of crazy how so many people come up to me and say, do you know about that? And it's like, well, yeah, because I was the one that uploaded it in the first place. It's because other people got their information from elsewhere. It's unfortunate. Let me just catch up. Exactly. Kenny was a spiritual person, supposedly. And when you are that way, you embrace nature and awareness. So a person may decide to take their own life. There is a memorial, a place where they feel most at peace. Yeah, that's understandable. But the problem is, Kenny's scent trail ended at the mine shaft. And based on searches in the mine shaft and around the area, there's no sign of Kenny's body. So you would have had to have backtracked and gone elsewhere and then done what he did. Where would that be then? Unless there is that but. Red Rock Search and Rescue may have not been honest or clear. They've remained tight-lipped about many other details. So what they do release, is it actually the truth, or is that a cover-up as well? Is that misdirection? Why did the commander have to go out on the search when normally the commander stays at an outpost whilst the other people do the work? What was so important on this particular case with Kenny to get the commander out as well? Jeff Clark, I don't believe a word Sharon said. No one else ever mentioned him being depressed. Yeah. I've also explained the theory he could be living off-grid in a similar terrain to New Mexico. I think some people may have mentioned Mexico. Another reference and explain, people were pushing the idea that maybe Kenny was in Canada. Sigma, when Kenny was describing the M cave, I don't think it was fleshed out for of the cave. It was like just a passing statement that he didn't ever expect to be dissected word for word. But that's the other thing, Sigma. Kenny Veach and his private room, supposedly his project room in his house tour video. This is what the contradiction is, Sigma. You're doing a house tour. You're selling your house. For Kenny Veach, it was a last attempt Hail Mary. Maybe he was screwed. Maybe the walls were closing in and he was desperate. Well, if you're going to be desperate, you're going to do whatever it takes, right? Kenny Veach was willing to sell his house in a way, but also be a part of the sale. Kenny may have been a desperate person, but he still chose to not be fully transparent. When selling a house, what do you think? You know, whether it was an online one or in person. And just imagine if the estate agent said, right, you got all these rooms, you can explore the house, but by the way, you can't go in that room. You can't go in it. No, you can't go in it. If you're buying a house, you want full transparency as in what you're buying into and where you're going, because that room could be a slaughterhouse. It could be a torture room. It could be a satanic ritual place. It could be a grooming place. It could be anything. And you're not allowed to look in it. So you're just supposed to trust in the process and just buy it anyway. And that room could be haunted, or it could have darkness within. It could have all kinds of dodgy stuff inside. You want transparency. When you're buying into something, you need transparency so you know what you're buying into. And Kenny Veach was a desperate person, supposedly. So you think he would be opening all doors and everywhere for people to take a look in. Here's this room, here's that room. But oh no, but by the way, I can't show you that one. And he stumbles and stutters the same way as he did with the cave. Getting overexcited or getting a bit nervous. The project room, which we never got to see what was in there at the time, but due to the house tour photos online years on, we did reveal what was inside. It was just a bedroom, but nevertheless, you know, you got to see inside. And yet not enough people watched it. Not enough reach. Disappointing. Mia, last year I visited Kenny's sister's spiritual healing Reiki center. It was quite nice, and I still think it was Kenny that broke in after the disappearance. Mia, when you were at the healing store, can you report seeing any crystal skulls? And did you see Raymond Veach there or Debbie Veach? And if you did, what was their personality and behavior like? DrivenX put a scope in the supposed M cave to debunk it. Yeah, I'm aware of that. The problem is, Mad, when I tried looking at that video, it wasn't clear. I couldn't really see what was on the snake camera or whatever you call it. I don't think we need to take every word he said so literally. Probably not. But then at the end, in my life, I do have to look at every word and every line in between, because I've proven to myself in other situations in life, when I do become a bit loose and relaxed and I don't take it as serious, that's when shit happens. That's when something unexpected happens. That's when things of loss of control or something unexpected occurs. It's just been proven in my situations, which I have to apply onwards for things to be somewhat under control. Jeff, no professional counselor would post such a slanderous statement about their supposed boyfriend and make jokes of, oh, don't pull another Robin Williams on me. That reference as well. The thing is, Sigma, the idea of stuck on the side of a mountain is open to interpretation, meaning it could be on ground level, it could be midway up, it could be high up, it could be anywhere. And the fact is, in that area of Picture Canyon, you do have a supposed cave or so on ground level, but then you've got a proper M-shaped cave, which no one else has seen higher up. You can't dismiss that. At the end of the day, what Kenny says is very vague and open to interpretation, meaning it could be on ground level, but it could also be on higher elevation as well. You can't have one without the other if you're going to use that statement in general. Wasn't Kenny writing help me in a journal? No, it wasn't a journal. They said that when the police went round to Kenny Veach's house and they checked his search history, it kept coming up with the term help. But that's the thing. That could mean anything. Help me could be like a cry for help psychologically, but it could also be help, as in, I need help with this, I need help with that. It's like with me and partially with AI. I've been playing a new game, Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced, and I'm learning about the settings, the options, the visuals, the customization. When do I unlock this? When do I unlock that? When can I do this mission? How do I hide that item? How do I put the HUD up? How do I change the brightness? Help me, help me, help me. That's why it can come down to, can you help me with this? Can you help me with that? Is that a plea, a cry for help? No. It's just because I've got questions that need answering and I need help, but not help in that way. Could Kenny Veach have been trying to get help, but not in that sense? Help in financial, help in inventions, help in YouTube as he's trying to establish his YouTube channel. But then again, people say he's establishing his YouTube channel, but from what I can remember, strangely, and what other individuals can separately, is that Kenny Veach had more than one hike video on his channel, and yet they were deleted, they disappeared. So what the hell happened? Sonny, having to sell that nice house with all his stuff in it and offering to move with it sure sounds depressed to me. But if he sounded so depressed, then why, just before he went out to supposedly end it all, did he have a text conversation with his nephew Hunter and promise he's going to come back and he's got some special surprise for his nephew? Why make such false promises if you can't keep them? Mia, oh, I didn't look for a crystal skull. I wish I had. I met Debbie and spoke to her. She was very kind and easy to talk to. She had a very welcoming demeanor. But that's the thing, Mia. When it comes to supposedly Kenny in the CCTV footage, when asked to pursue it with the police, a follow up, she chose not to. She just said, oh, what happened at the end of the day, it's just the dust particles, which they claimed as paranormal energy being cleansed, the bad juju. Really? It's dust particles. Window being broken into, atmosphere from outside, the wind disturbing everything within that room, causing the dust and everything. Common sense, but no, it's spiritual. I don't think so, unless it was a business strategy to turn a negative event into a positive event, to say, hey, look, bad event happened, but the spiritual crystals are doing their work, doing their job. So everybody round up, come to this store and support and buy it, because it shows with proof in the CCTV footage. Oh, we can actually follow it up with fingerprints, and the police could test the DNA because that individual went all the way around the desk, the drawer. And guess what the response was from Debbie Veach and in the news articles? Oh, that table, that desk has been touched too many times by customers. Wait, so you're telling me where the so-called intruder went round the back of the desk to start interacting with, there's been all customers touching it? Why are all the customers going behind the bloody desk when that's where the work is supposed to be? I think it's an excuse. They didn't want to follow up on it or the investigation. Why? Um, is it like when there's like an insurance scam or there's something dodgy going on, people struggling with money, and it's like the police like, well, we can pursue this, and the other people are like, oh no, I don't want to follow up on it because, in other words, I'm a part of this. I caused it, or I know of something, and I can't follow it up or pursue it because if I do, I'll get caught out and then I'll get in trouble. Or like if a person was to create a fake account, fake accounts to victimize themselves, make themselves look like a victim and hurt and attacked to make other people feel sorry for them. And then the other people like, oh, well, we can report this to the police for cyber stalking, harassment, bullying. And they're like, no, 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 don't do it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. You're only downplaying it because you're responsible behind it all. You don't want to pursue it because if you do, you'll get caught out yourself. In other cases, you might be doing it because you're trying to protect someone. So there's that as well. We got Grade Gaming. When I looked at that quick, I thought that was the Jamaican flag, but that's the Xbox one. We're going to start breaking out into a Jamaican accent then. And yeah, I can do a Jamaican accent to an extent. What else do we have? Mad. Kenny had a lot of failed attempts on Shark Tank and other things that he was putting his house up. You know what the interesting thing is, Mad? That Kenny Veach Shark Tank submission, I really don't know how it works, right? But how Kenny did it was a video on YouTube. Is that how normally the Shark Tank submissions work? Or are you supposed to send it to a website or via an email? Are you going to get discovered on YouTube? Is that how it works? Or what? It's like the equivalent of Shark Tank in the UK, it's called Dragon's Den, but you apply for that. You don't do videos on YouTube. You don't have to. Maybe it's different over there, maybe it's different, yeah, different back then. And anyway, the other thing is, Matt, that Kenny Veach Shark Tank submission, all those videos were uploaded on the same exact day. So if it was failed attempts, it was all done in one go on one day, which seemed like it was rather rushed. Now, why would Kenny be in a rush exactly? Sonny, he seemed to really hurting for money, which I'm worried that MK was fake for views. What, to try and drum up business, to try and make the most out of it. But this is the thing, Sonny. Susan Veach, the sister-in-law to Kenny, had said publicly and said to me privately originally that Kenny Veach had another job lined up. He had another job. If he had money struggles, issues like that, if he's got an upcoming job, surely that would be a good thing, right? Mia, I didn't have any services done at the Reiki Center, but I purchased a few crystals and some incense sticks. Sigma, he wasn't expecting the world to see those texts. That's true. It's like with true crime, Sigma, where people talk about theories, ideas, or concepts, but very loosely how they could be misinterpreted. But when it's leaked or revealed publicly, it may not represent how they would truly sound or what they would truly say in public. So it can be misunderstood, misinterpreted. But when it's private, it tends to be real or more real. Sometimes when you've got a person, whether they're in a bad situation or not, or other situations, in person, in real life, in public, fake display, wear a mask, performance act, functional, not their true self. Private messaging, higher chances of being their true self, not 100% guaranteed, but as in how they may act behind closed doors or with a private person, a nephew, a close individual, compared to in public, likely going to be a night and day difference. Will they be their absolute true self? Maybe not, but still, making certain promises, being enthusiastic. On that point, that moment, Kenny Veach didn't seem low. Of course, you've always got the counterpoint to say people can be happy, look happy, but they're not inside, and then something happens the day after, and it's happened with celebrities, etc., etc. There's that too. Oh my God. Gonna do it on the spot. Not guarantee that's gonna work. Yo, what boy, great gaming. Where's the Jamaican asking where Kenny is? There you go. Just on the spot. I've not done it for a while. Sometimes I get a bit mixed up with my Ugandan accent. What ones do we have? Mad. They make videos and send them in an email. It could have been Shark Tank. Great. That was great. Much appreciated. That's good to know. I guess your one would be, hello, I don't suppose you'll find my friend. My name is Trevor. I've people lost my visa. Show me the way. Why are you running? What is wrong? Not in the full focus mode to be doing accents on the spot. That's what I mean. People, sometimes it's true crime, sometimes it's in mysteries. And people are like, oh, your voice is too monotone. Oh, it's too boring. Well, how about this? Go through your glossary book, pick a bloody country, and I'll do that accent, if that helps. Slytherin, he had enough of 9-to-5 jobs. See, this is the other thing. If Kenny was struggling, if things were going to shit, you know what's ironic? The girlfriend has a business at the time and established, I think, like 2,000 homeless, or, well, let's minimize it just a little bit, 200 plus homeless shelters and housing developments and all of that. If you're going to be homeless, if you're going to have psychological issues, and you just so happen to have a girlfriend or a partner that ticks all those boxes, a professional in all those areas and successful, it would seem like a miracle. And yet Kenny Veach still supposedly ended up homeless. Kenny Veach still supposedly psychologically suffered. Really? It seems interesting. Whether Kenny Veach had a job lined up or not, Kenny had a daughter. Kenny supposedly had a girlfriend. What on earth were all these close contacts doing? Because maybe it's different for everyone, but when things start going downhill, other people rally around, unless different backgrounds, different cultures, different countries, different mindsets, whether the family was fragmented or not, that could be another thing. Look at with the Noah Presgrove case, with the family there of Noah Presgrove, the victim's family, and yet it's very fragmented internally and fragile. Raf, can you please say it in that accent? I have 30 jobs Monday. How many jobs do you have? Mia, which accent do you want me to say it in? Just let me know. Jamaican. Oh boy. Right. Oh my God. Right. Mia, Mevin, where have you been? I have 30 jobs, man. Monday, how many jobs do you have? We're going to a bit of an Italian Jamaican then. Probably certain words you can say which really extends it. Mia, where's the bacon? Jamaica, Jeff Clark, Raph, that is why the Herrick's theory makes no sense. In order to make it work, it takes all kinds of distortions. Mia, oh my god, that was spot on, laughing my arse off. Thank you, Raph. You're welcome. I can do an AI voice as well. First, he broke and depressed, yet he has a rich counselor girlfriend. Exactly, Jeff. Right, one thing I wanted to add on, Jeff. You do every accent well. Oh my god, funny, yeah. Try to do my best in this world. That was done with a lisp, not natural. It was a lisp added on. Anyway, we got the Chills voice as well. Number 5. The idea that he was abducted or offed by military for finding a secret base on public land makes a lot less sense than a depressed guy wanting to start a new life. Sonny, wow, you're so something else. Yeah. Right, I best not do too much of that because I end up getting stuck in that accent. I do it too much. The idea that, yeah. Right, so what I was saying, Jeff Clark, is it possible that Kenny did go to the mine shaft, placed items down for whatever reason? He did backtrack, but not to be picked up, but to hike elsewhere, and then something happened. That's an alternative theory. Mia, a great example is the Clancy multi-murder case. So-called health professionals failed her. Oh my god, I'm doing accents without even intending on doing it. There was one guy called Danny that was really passionate about me doing an Indian accent. I don't know why. So neat. Yeah, I've known some people that was supposed to be therapists, etc., and the head they got on the shoulders is so messed up. I don't know how they get cleared to help others. Do you believe in the Mothman? Yes, Sigma. I met the Mothman a few nights ago when that big moth was pressing against the netting and it was trying to get in and it wanted an autograph. And I said, piss off. You're getting too close to my personal space. So yeah, the Mothman does exist. God, that drink is still bubbling away inside, and yet it's already been open for about an hour. Crazy. Do I have that big spider with me? Do I? I don't know. Is that spider still over there? There we go. I probably should have done when that moth about. I probably should have done something like that. You don't want to start watching now and join too quickly. Sunny, I don't know that Sharon seemed quite right, to be honest, especially like we said, the way she was talking about Kenny's mental health to strangers is a big red flag. Patient confidentiality, guidelines broken there. See, the thing is, and this is probably a good time, we can tie in the psychology of Kenny Veach, Sharon Pilgrim, her profession, and we can tie it in with the psychology in my own separate videos, what I've done. Not really to get too deep into it, but in terms of the differences, what separates me from what separates Sharon Pilgrim. And I can actually back it up very locked in. I can envision it right now. I can sense it all. I'm going to explain it in just a moment. But what I do need to do is just finish what I said I was going to do for Sigma. We've kind of talked about it already now, but I might as well play it. That short clip of Kenny Veach, just wait there for a second. Mia, I have arachnophobia. Don't worry, Mia. Whilst indirectly breaking people, the doctor could fix them as well. So we'll have to do a one-on-one therapy session there as well. EJ, my dog just legged it when you showed the spider. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, I don't like spiders either, but thankfully this is not a real one. If it helps, it's got googly eyes. Maybe that helps, little googly eyes there. Hello there, Mia. I come in peace. Oh my God, if I hold it up, it's kind of like on top of my head. Maybe Sharon can help us with the spider emoji. Wait, Sonny, are you saying about this is Sharon Pilgrim? Manifested. Right, let me just play that clip.
Hopefully I'll find it. It's shaped like.
Shit.
Hopefully I'll find it. It's shaped like a big M. It's a big cave that looks just like a gigantic M, and it's about as tall as I am and kind of narrow, and it's stuck on the side of a mountain. So I hope I can find it again. Or the kind of cave I'm looking for is deep and it's dark and it's shaped like it's shaped just like the letter M, and it's about level with the ground, like right like in an area like this. And I have not seen the funny looking little cave. Hopefully I'll find it. It's shaped.
That's your contradiction, one of the biggest ones. Kenny Veach stated that you can go spelunking in that area of Little Jomay Canyon. Have you not seen how many hikers that have gone there over time and have gone deep and far, from SB Vega's Adventures 2022 onwards, from Scott Natal 2021 onwards, from Jeff Clark 2016 onwards, Sean Hallacker 2015 onwards, and not a single hiker whatsoever has found a cave that is deep, dark, and explorable. Even the likes of exploring abandoned mines and unusual places, when they went to a different place, didn't give the location, even if it's too far out, even that wasn't deep. So when Kenny says you can go spelunking in the area, you can't. It's a lie, or it's a contradiction, or it's both. It needs a hat or an accessory to be less gross. Well, it's not like I've got little party hats laying about. Not normally the norm, but I'll just see if I can find any. Do we have any little party hats? Look like it. I've got a tiny spider. I think that's going to help. What's that? Glasses. I might have found something. Just give me a second, Mia. Give me a moment. Is it going to fit? I don't know. Oh my God. Who would have thought it's hard to dress a spider up? There you go, Mia. The spider's got a giant nose. Does that help? The spider's wearing a pair of glasses. That's a nose, by the way, not to be taken out of context. There you go, Mia. Is that a little bit better? Hello there. Mia, that's much better. So this is what I mean. This is what Dr. Warlight Raff does. Dr. Warlight Raff accidentally traumatizes people, not to be taken out of context, and then finds a solution to fix it at the end of the day. There we go. All under control. Dr. Raff has cured arachnophobia in a matter of seconds. Whenever we come across spiders in this world, dress them up with a little party hat or false glasses or a massive nose, and it fixes everything. Wow. What a miracle. Healing people left, right, and center. I know there's one person in the past that said to me they saw such a giant spider, it looked like it was going on holiday. The real question is, did it come back from holiday or is it still out there? We don't know. Never found out. Right. And now the cat wants her food back in a minute. Oh, easy there, cat. I'll start purring. Speaking of which, we do have cats. If anyone wants to become a member of the channel, there'll be some links in the description, I believe, of this live stream. You've got access to the M Cave emoji. You've got the ginger cat. You've got the black cat. The ginger one's called Bruno. The black cat's called Roger. And none of the cats belong to me. No, I've not kidnapped them. They're just nearby. Sigma, reminds me of the SpongeBob episode, the Krabby Patty wearing the disguise. Ah, okay. And by the way, those glasses do fit me. Not so much the nose. Sometimes it does fall off. Anyway, I think we should focus back in with Kenny Veach just for a moment. Let me know. Put them on. Yeah, don't worry. I'll just pop them on just right now. Why not? Harry Potter glasses. There we go. The thing is, there's supposed to be the arch things that go over the ears, but they snapped off. So the only thing that's holding it on is my nose, and that's about it. I can just about breathe. It doesn't look that bad on me, to be honest. It looks quite good. All I need now is a big Z on my forehead, and then Avada Kedavra in the chat will be saying, "Oh my god, it's Harry Potter." Yes, it's Mr. Harry Potter. No, it's actually Snape in disguise. I'd like to see you in the Chamber of Secrets. Not terrible. Yeah. A what on your forehead? A scar. Well, technically, I do have a scar on my forehead, so maybe I am already Harry Potter. Do a video talking about Kenny very seriously and don't acknowledge it. Okay. You know what I did actually do, Sigma? I did wear glasses and I actually did a therapy session. I called it ASMR Therapy Kenny Veach Case. I don't know how I managed to pull it off, but I did. I can get you the link, maybe. Where I put my phone. Let's see how long it takes before it falls off. Right, so that video is out the way. If anyone else does join late to this live stream, this is not my real nose, just in case you thought it was real. Oh, it's falling off. There we go. There we go. Give me a second. So yeah, I did actually do it. I don't know how I managed to do it. I had a checkboard, I had glasses. Oh, some dodgy psychologist, some dodgy therapist, from the looks of it. There you go. The amount of people that left their ass off, as well as you've still got one left. Right. So for anyone watching in the background as well, let me know if you're ready for me to do the comparison and contrast between me, psychology, versus Sharon Pilgrim on what to do and what not to do. Just let me know if you're ready for that. Thumbs up in chat or in the background. Use those anonymous reactions, whatever, just to let me know if you're ready. Okay, Sunny is ready. Just want to make sure people are catched up, ready, prepared. Give it a few more minutes and then we'll do it. Okay, people are ready in the background. I see you. That's good. Well, I don't see you, but I hear you. Right. What did Sharon Pilgrim do which was arguably wrong? making jokes in the first place and then also revealing them public. Don't pull a Robin Williams on me is a joke, dark humor, but could also be emotional manipulation and a jab and an insult to someone who's already down, kicking them when they're already down, and you're supposed to be the psychological expert who's supposed to have a level of empathy and understanding, and yet you play it off like that, as in what Sean Pilgrim supposedly did and said to Kenny. Don't pull another Robin Williams on me means don't end your life on me, don't end your life and leave me behind. When a person is in a certain state where they need to or feel they need to remove themselves from this earth, on the outside, it can be considered a selfish action, but on the inside, for them, they're not considering everyone else because they don't have the capacity, the room, or the space to even think that. They can't look beyond their own feelings because they're trapped in that moment and there's a lot going on. When the mind and the body is preoccupied, the nervous system is locked down, and it leads to tunnel vision. It leads to everything all decreasing in size and perception, view, and perspective. Acting in the moment and acting on impulses. When another person says, don't pull a Robin Williams on me, kicking someone when they're already down, whether they can process or hear it or not, it's not exactly appropriate. And that's from a professional. I don't have papers, I don't have degrees which can pull out my rear end and say, oh, I've got permission to say this or that. I've just got common sense. And that seems to be more than enough, as in what to say, what not to say to someone. Sean Pilgrim also said in a comment to what they're called, the masked individual, some guy that debunks cryptic stuff online and wears a hockey mask or something. They were subscribed to my channel at one point, and then they got a bit whiny, threw the toys out the pram for some reason, and then disappeared. But they had a little conversation with Sharon Pilgrim on YouTube, on one of the channel's platforms, YouTube, and said, oh, I want to investigate this. I want to try and dig deep. And Sharon said, oh, goodness, I can't wait. This is so exciting. I'll let you know if you get close to the truth. I'll let you know if you get close or not. We'll see where it goes. What's so exciting about a person going missing? What's so exciting about letting someone know the truth when you come across as if you know it, but you're not telling them? Why would you be hiding stuff anyway? If it's that transparent that once upon a time Kenny struggled, he went out there, removed himself, and that's it. And Kenny said, supposedly, as she quotes, you'll never find me. So what does Sharon have in that moment which no one else does, which she said, if you get close, I'll tell you the truth, I'll tell you the answers. What more does she know? She showed herself up there. The other thing is, Kenny Veach and his struggles and whatnot, revealing it public. I don't know if it was Sharon that said it, but it did come out public. Kenny Veach's father supposedly removed himself from this world at home, maybe with a gun. And Kenny walked in on it, the after it events, and Susan Veach did as well. That can be traumatizing, walking in on post-event and someone you know of, and even a stranger. It can leave a lasting memory. Now, don't need to get too deep into that because it might be triggering, but, you know, just in general, kind of a lasting impression. However, there is a but. When Artari investigated it and did some background research, there was possibilities of a blue wall silence. Or what was it called? A blue wall? A wall of blue silence, in which I think he's called Ted Veach, Ted Lynn Veach. There was two Teds. One's called Ted, another one's called Teddy. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we've got a few reactions. Okay. Now, I don't know if it's anything to go off from it. If you're pressing the confetti celebration button because you want me to elaborate on what Kenny walked in on, let me know by pressing it again, the confetti party hat. If not, I can move on. Right, so there's a bit of a mixture. Let's just give it a moment or so, and then we'll see. Of course, this is specifically tied to Kenny Veach and the impact. We'll touch upon that in just a second. Let's just see the comments catching up there. Oh, Mia. Much appreciated, Mia. Let's just read it out for a second. Oh, why can't I not like it? Shame. Thank you for all of your in-depth research and time spent on the cases you cover. You are one of the real ones, and I appreciate you. Big shout out to Mia. Kind of you to send a super chat. It's nice to see. And yeah, good person. Let me just catch up just above. Sonny, the Robin Williams one is okay if you have that kind of relationship with that person that you'll make jokes, but telling me that you'll let them know if they get close. Really? And if it was a joke, but to be saying it out public and open is Sharon airing too much of Kenny's laundry? If that's the saying. See, at the end of the day, mental health professional should be patient confidentiality, whether you know the person or not. Slytherin, can you make a poll? Whose team are you on? Team Delulu, those who believe in UFOs and reptilians, or Team Muggles, the non-magical realist? Muggles? Wait, is that a Harry Potter reference, Muggles, or am I thinking of something else? Muggles, is it Mudblood? I don't know. All I know is I can do a Professor Snape impression. Grande, is Mia your wife? No. Though in the past, Grande, or Grade, however you say your name, there's been a few people elsewhere that have supposedly said that they're married to me, and I've been like, what? So, random stuff does happen at times. Do I think that Jeff is is it Delulu, Dulala, La La, La La Land? Bit wacky. Do I think Jeff's wacky? Well, the thing is, let's just do the poll. Let me just see. We've got the backlog, got you sorted. So I know some people in the background want me to elaborate on Kenny Veach and walking in on what happened. I'll talk about that in just a second. Let's just do the poll first of all and see what people think. What side do you believe in? Paranormal, alien. I want to say believe in, that can mean the involvement within the case of Kenny. What's involved? What's taken place? And then what's the other one? Team Muggles, non-magical realist. What does that mean? I'll just type in Team Muggles because I don't really know. If you're a muggler, if you're a juggler, let me know. I probably should have said a third option saying, what the fuck is this about? Anyway, never mind. Right, so do I think Jeff Clark is a bit crazy? Well, the thing is, Jeff Clark, how he first started out, he was straighter than a ruler. And no, I don't mean in that sense, but like as in level-headed. Jeff Clark was more level-headed than a spirit level on a builder's yard. And then with time, understandably, Jeff Clark went through some crazy experiences. So naturally, that had shifted his perception on the case and what could likely be involved. You could argue, and it's not being negative, Jeff Clark could be basing not so much emotional, but more subjective or personal objective encounters true to him and applying it to what could have happened to Kenny the same way. Driven by the paranormal, aliens and ghosts and all that, because Jeff has experienced it. So when you've experienced it and gone through it, then you may apply it onwards. But other people that haven't experienced it may be a bit more open-minded. But when you've gone a certain way or experienced a certain thing, you might become a bit tunnel vision because you're confident, you're firm in your belief that is the way because of what you experienced. But does it mean to say Kenny experienced it as well? It's open for interpretation at least. Sonny, I mean, is there more to elaborate on? What, marriage? Mia, I just appreciate Raf's investigative skills. Yeah, I appreciate that. I think Jeff is tough as nails as he hikes in the heat where most couldn't even imagine venturing. Trav, I went to the mine shaft by myself and didn't feel any dark energy or experience any oddities once during my time out there, not to discredit those who have. I think it's hit and miss, Trav. You could go out there many, many times and not experience anything, and one person on one occasion could go out and experience something unusual. Other times it's the other way around. Yeah, Trav, I think it was 49 Shooter. They went out there, I believe, one time or so, and they felt uneasy. There was a dodginess about it. I heard phantom footsteps, which were most likely rabbits or something. So yeah, what you're saying, Trav, is similar to what Driven X Adventures was doing as well, because he did a video on capturing a rabbit running about, which could have caused a noise. I guess it comes down to the pacing of the sound and if it sounds like footsteps, animal steps, because for some people that might be the case, but for other people, it depends on the pacing, the sound of it, the bass, the thud, and all of that. But as for the whispers, the paranormal voices, that's just strange. Let me know, Trav, did you see the footage of Kenny Veach down Pitcher Canyon where it said, "Don't you," and then follow the red tape? Now, let me just refer back to it. The psychology is so quiet up there, you notice the slightest thing out. That's true. Even when you're camping out in a woodland, everything sounds so much louder and amplified and scarier. Right, okay. So some people wanted me to elaborate on Kenny Veach walking in on the supposed event of a person's death. Even before you figured out the cause of death, walking in on something like that can be very impactful. Slytherin's comment, that was a big ass rabbit. Okay. Mia. Right. Let's focus. So walking on into a scene, a place, a sense of familiarity is a shock factor. The person too impacted a sense of familiarity. It's a sense of familiarity, which is actually the underlying impact behind the trauma and the depth, the shock to it. When you return back home or to a house of comfort, you don't expect to walk in on that, like how Kenny supposedly did. When you return home to walk in on someone you know, someone you look up to, someone you may love, but they may be unresponsive, you don't anticipate it. It's the shock factor, the impact, how it can knock a person sideways and how it can stay with them. Whether you watch it in real time happening or after, just as impactful, maybe in some ways more, because it feels like if only I got there sooner. I've walked in on the after event. If I showed up earlier, would it have been a different outcome? Not every situation is the same then. Because there is a bit of a fine line, which I can touch upon shortly. Let's just see if there's anything else to elaborate on. You walk on him. You may not anticipate anything wrong. Then you see it. Visually, you see it. Eyes. Hearing. You hear silence. That speaks at volume. You may smell just the atmosphere. At the end of the day, all the senses, the sensories, eyes, nose, taste, ears, touch, all of that is like a photograph. Anything and everything that the body picks up on in the moment, in that environment and space where the event has happened, is like a photograph, a memory, and not one the person wants to hold on to, but they can't get rid of because it feels like it's etched within, which down the line can lead to flashbacks. All in all, that one event can be a traumatic event, which could cause PTSD. In the Noah Presgrove true crime case, there was a party goer and possible friend to Noah called Mikey Lair, who already had PTSD. The backstory and the causes of that is unknown, but because Mikey had walked or was at the highway at some point and came across Noah's body, depending on what the PTSD was, what Mikey had, to then walk in and see a dead person and a familiar face, that could have sent the person sideways too. Brought up the past, reactivating all kinds of stuff. Right, I'll just slow down for a second just to let it sink in. Got the voting options, the poll there. As said, whilst I'm talking about this example, there's also counterpoints. See, I'm not the one, or I'm not the type to leave it on a cliffhanger. What I mean by that is there is perspective to take from it, but can't be applied to Kenny because Kenny's not present right now. If a person walks in on an event or the after events, the feelings and reactions can be intense. If you want me to touch upon it a bit more, I can. Just let me know in the chat. Because whilst I am talking about all this and it is public because of the Kenny Veach situation, if anyone has experienced it or if anyone's watching on catch up at a later point hears about this, I don't want this to unearth or cause any problems for anyone. I can go deep, I can explain more, I can elaborate, but if it causes any issues, I can stop there and move on to other stuff. But if people are ready, then I can touch upon it. So let's just give it a moment or so just to see. Wendy, just wondering, why is your channel named Warlight Raf? Because that's what my name was in the past on Xbox, my gamer tag. I wanted something aggressive, full on, never been used before. That's what I decided to go with. And then I named myself Warlight Raf, but that was before covering mysteries, missing person cases, and true crime. By that point, I thought the username was unique, one of one, and stuck with it. It's perfect in a sense. Even the initials as well are perfect. WLW, all works. Oh, we got Joel. Welcome, Joel. And the good thing is, when it comes to picking your own usernames online, with accounts, websites, video games, whatever, whenever I use Warlight Raf, it's never ever been taken. No one has ever used that name online before. People may use Raf, people use Wraith, but no one uses Warlike Raf. Warlike is like a comparison. It's a comparison on the verge of ready for war, ready for battle. Wrath, pent up within, darkness building. As for my gaming channel, obviously I had to use a different name because it's already been taken because of this channel. I think I called it Ref Like Gaming, and that's not been taken either, so that's good. I did have to change my tag handle though, because originally I called myself WLW and it was already taken. WLW, I had to put a dot next to it, but the problem was when it came to YouTube support and contacting them and sharing my channel, someone else was using something similar, WLW. So there was a conflict and it messed it up. It messed it all up. So I had to change it to WLWO2. And now it's okay. Oh my God, when Mia left that comment and I saw that emoji, I thought, what the hell's that of? A V? I mean, it could also be, if you look at it quick, it looks like the Tesla symbol. Aries. No, I'm Aquarius. I am wet. Because I'm Aquarius, I am wet 24/7. And maybe there's the odd other Aquarius watching in the background. Oh, we got Gatorade, welcome. Wendy, I'm glad to know you're not really hungry. Yes, yes, there we go. Shout out to the Aquarius people. Gatorade. It's Trav, this is my gaming channel. Yeah. I sense that. I can. So, what I'll do now is talk about the after effects, which can apply to Kenny, could apply to anyone. What happens after you walk in on something you weren't expecting to see, as in the death of someone, and maybe more specifically, supposedly self-inflicted. In some ways, it can come down to the status, a relationship, a friendship, a family. If you're close, it hurts more because you think you're close to them, yet they couldn't tell you what they were going through and they followed through with what was going on in their mind and they couldn't share it with you. So at first, it can feel like a kick in the back, a stab to the heart. You thought you were close. You thought they trusted you and you could trust them, and yet they were doing something behind your back. So understandably, there can be frustration, there can be anger. They will be the stages of grief. There can be denial as well. There can be pointing the finger and blame, which can eventually lead to an inner reflection of blaming oneself, feeling that if I had done something different or if I showed up earlier, it would have resulted in a different outcome. That can be a level of survivor's guilt. Did Kenny Veach experience survivor's guilt? We don't know of. Did it eat him up inside in the background? Maybe. Sometimes people blame themselves because it's easier to metaphorically, not literally, harm one's self if it means getting a level of closure, because without closure, there is no control, there is a loss of power, and that can cause even more stress on top of everything. I'll just give that a moment just for that to sink in. Slytherin, we have a problem. It's 50-50 in the polls. What does that mean exactly? We've got a divide. We've got a split. Welcome to anyone else watching this live stream. The psychology of Kenny Veach, what's going through his mind at the time leading up to his disappearance. Was he really struggling? Or is that just because of what the girlfriend says, the spokesperson? But can we really trust a professional who was acting unprofessional at times and broke the patient confidentiality rule? Even if it's not quite a patient and it's an actual partner, there should still be anonymity. You know, if I knew of someone, I'm not just going to go about even online and start exposing everything or saying everything public, you know? Because when you have private conversations, for most part of it, they should stay that way too. Start airing someone's laundry or something elsewhere, what good does that do? They'll give anyone still listening. It's like if I was to give examples based on experience or what I've learned or what I've heard, if I was to try and incorporate it into a video, I'm going to try and make it as discreet as possible and anonymous as possible. So whatever I'm saying, it can just be applied as a general example, but it may be based on what I've seen, what I've experienced, what I've heard, without anyone else knowing, because it's important to keep it private to whoever it links back to, right? That's why I also say when it comes to the emojis, the anonymity, and if people have lost their voice, but there is a way to share that voice in an anonymous way. And like that weird experimental thing that I did the other night where I was telepathically communicating with someone and I was like, do you want me to disconnect? They said yes. And I said, okay, got to follow through with it, got to be clear in order to build the boundaries, in order to build whatever or rebuild. Were boundaries respected with Kenny Veach in the background? Who knows? People push the idea and agenda that with Kenny Veach online, YouTube, it was the pressure, people pressuring him to go back out there, and that's what causes disappearance. At the end of the day, Kenny is a fully grown adult who can make the choice to go out there if he truly wants to. You can be pressured, of course, into doing stuff you may not really want to or do again, but it's not like Kenny was held at gunpoint in a sense. Just aim this down just a little bit. There we go. Was there any notes, anything to touch upon on here beside me? If anyone has any questions, you can always leave it in the live chat if you want. But one thing that doesn't get talked about much is the blue wall of silence. I don't know if I did a video all about it, but Atari did at the time. That Kenny Veach's father's death was a possible cover-up, and it was covered or staged as a suicide. But that may have not been the actual cause of death. Blue wall of silence, possible corruption. And just imagine that if Kenny was to believe it was self-inflicted, and if it was never self-inflicted, living a lie. Now, the other thing is, don't know if anyone wants to hear it or not. Let me know in chat, or anyone watching in the background, let me know if you want a bit of healing perspective when it comes to Survivor's Guilt. Yeah, I've done videos in the past, but there's no harm in bringing it back up. Sometimes repetition is important. Just let me know if that's what you want. Because we've talked about the darkness, we've talked about the heavy subject. Does there need to be a bit of healing perspective? If you need it, if you want it, just let me know in some way. I'll just be waiting down here. Oops, I nearly sat on the spider. That would have been a bit uncomfortable. Right, give me a moment. Okay. Anyone else joining, present? We've got a good ratio then of the likes and viewers. That's positive to see. I think next time I probably should get a table to put somewhere. Or I've got a stool. Use a stool next time just to simply sit on. I'll consider that. Okay. Let's just see what time we're currently on. I'm going to put the phone device. Didn't sit on that. Okay. That's not too bad. We'll continue on in just a moment or so. Interesting. I can see that as Kenny seemed incessantly nervous and emotionally drained in his videos, almost appearing fragile. I bet his pride stopped him from accepting help. Did Kenny Veach manifest that because of whatever happened to his father and how that was dealt with, that Kenny had to deal with it the same way because he didn't not see another person reaching out? So Kenny learned that type of behavior too. Well, what can happen, I don't know if you can hear me from over here or not. Can you hear me? I don't know. Sometimes what ends up happening is during trauma and PTSD, it can lead to hyper toxic independence, shutting everyone out, not asking for help because you may not feel deserving of it, not trusting anyone, not wanting to be in the presence of anyone, just like the toxic overworking style. Overworking is a means of escaping trauma and keeping busy, but ultimately down the line, it can lead to burnout and it can lead to a full on crash, if not reduced or balanced. It could be because of like a workaholic. It's not always a good thing. Toxic independence can lead to isolation, withdrawal, but it can also lead to pushing other people away that may feel rejected as well. So it can impact different people all around. Was Kenny Veach had a level of toxic independence? Well, he said he goes out there by himself and he does it alone. This is the thing. Even outside of trauma, you see a lot online. Oh, I'm living in this apartment alone. Oh, I'm celebrating this alone. Oh, I'm going to a restaurant alone. Oh, I'm going on holiday alone. It's like, why do you have to shout it to the rooftop? Are you trying to convince us you're alone? Are you trying to convince yourself that you're okay being that way? Is there a level of toxicity within projecting you a certain way, but you've got to project it to the whole world? Some people want to be that way. Other people may think that's the way they have to be or should be. And then others simply don't want that and want to be around others. Different for everyone. But I've noticed it with time. Toxic, hyper independence, toxic lone wolf attitude, and forcing that mindset on other people and expecting them to follow the same pathway. That's where it starts crossing the line. People can talk about religion, shoving that down people's throats. Others can say LGBT, shoving that down people's throats, but as well, toxic independence, shoving it down everyone's throats. It's unnecessary. Different situations for different people in different environments. But again, humans tend to not grasp that. What about all the people online and all the influencers and all the celebrities and all the general public that say we shouldn't compare ourselves? We need to stop comparing ourselves because it's toxic, and we keep, comparing to other people that are supposedly better off, and then it makes it worse for ourselves. All the while that they're still in the rat race of posting over and over again what they're doing, where they're at. You say don't compare yourself, and then you're posting stuff that contributes to the problem in the first place. Hypocrites. When I post stuff, what do I really post? Nipples. That's it. Well, that's taken out of context. Now, what I post is mainly strict and focused on the case. That's it. Not life stories, not small talk, not bollocks, not like fairy tales, not rainbows, just this or that. And then other times it may be a photo of nature or an aesthetic one, something dark. But it's not, oh, look, here's me in the photo, my face all in the lens. Look at me, look where I'm at. No, it's just, here's a photo, that's it. Oh yeah, Trav, I saw your video on the Superman press up. I saw that. Spiders with tiny hats. Yeah. And as well, Trav, I saw the Inca push up as well. Oh, I don't know if I said it before, but we've got lovely Leela. Hope you're having a good day. We've got welcome Leela to the live. I miss SB's videos. I always watch them as soon as I see. He did an upload even in the middle of the night. Yeah, I think he's been busy for some time now, but there are some conspiracies on the sideline claiming he's been missing for 3 months and other people are using his account, hacking in, that type of crazy stuff. Any hard evidence? No, we're not seeing that. 53% choose paranormal aliens, 47% choose Team Muggles. Where's Dobby? Gagging and begging. Oh, someone used the emoji to elaborate. What would you want me to elaborate on? I mean, the thing is, there might be some people watching this live on catch up, so they might be not watching in real time with what I'm saying right now. So, I know. Me too. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so if you are watching in the background and interacting with the little emojis, just let me know if you're in real time, as in you can hear me right now in what I'm saying. Just let me know on the spot. Okay, okay. Right, so it looks like there might be like 30 seconds of delay. It's just important to understand the delay, just in case I say something and then I move on too quick and you're still wanting me to explain something. So when I say something, I'll give it like 30 seconds. And then if you want me to continue or whatever, you can let me know, of course. And if you've been watching in recent time on and off, you'll know what the emojis mean as well, or at least the ones that have been created. So, the bit that was to be covered or considered in Kenny Veach's situation and just in general is the healing perspective with survivor's guilt. How do you melt survivor's guilt? On a personal level, it might seem impossible, but from an outside looking in perspective, weighing it all up, survivor's guilt slowly can be melted away with alternative viewpoints. I said I'll just slow down for just a moment, let people catch up in watching, and just let me know. Just let me know if you want me to continue and elaborate on that or not. Right, okay, so I'm going to take that as not to elaborate on the survivor's guilt or perspective. Okay, we'll move on to other stuff then. So, Kenny Veach had family, had people around, but did Kenny reach out or not? Technically, he did for his girlfriend to be able to relay it onto the public, as in what was going on in Kenny's mind behind closed doors. The backstory is Kenny Veach went on a hike in the past and he returned back home, but he did not contact Sharon until days later or a week later. Is that what was driven within Sharon's mind when Kenny went out there that final time? Because he didn't contact or reach out, Sharon just assumed, oh, Kenny's probably returned back home and he's just not contacted me like how he did last time round. Grade, have you ever spoken to Kenny's girlfriend directly? No, I haven't. I don't know if I've left the odd comment on YouTube, but there was no response. But I have been in contact with the sister-in-law to Kenny Veach, Susan Veach. And that's documented on my channel. All right, so there's some emojis now, but I don't know if that's as in something I said earlier or something I've just said. Because I know I mentioned if you wanted me to elaborate on survivor's guilt, but I don't know if the reactions right now are in sync with that or something I said earlier. I don't know. Maybe I'll just give it one last test in just a second. Widow, right? Are you talking about Sharon? Sharon was never married to Kenny. It was just like a girlfriend relationship. But the thing is, why would Sharon call herself the girlfriend when Kenny is supposedly dead, from what Sharon stated? So shouldn't you be calling yourself the ex-girlfriend, former? Sharon doesn't seem to be contactable from the looks of it. And based on all the videos that have been done, I don't think they would want to be contacted, I think. Do I think the girlfriend has something to do with it? Don't have the hard evidence to say that, but in terms of them knowing more and not letting onto the public, I would say that at least, because of that weird comment previous, which is documented on my channel. Right, let me just do it one last time, just in case there's a bit of delay. If anyone more specifically in the background, because we've seen it in the chat, but if there's anyone watching in the background, if you would like me to elaborate on survivor's guilt, the struggles, and healing perspective, let me know by hitting the smiley face emoji. If you would prefer for me to not talk about it and move on to other stuff, hit the shocked face with the wide eyes and the open mouth. Just let me know when you can. And then based on that, then I'll know if people are watching on catch up or not. Ran away to get away from her. Oh, God. Did you know, Sonny, that Sharon Pilgrim is 20 years older than Kenny? Okay. So it appears clear that there is a delay in watching and reacting, but I saw the shocked face there, so I'm gonna take that as a no, put aside the survivor's guilt, move on to other stuff. That's what I'll do. Oh, I'm seeing a smiley face and the elaboration symbols now. Oh no. Which one am I supposed to believe? Oh no. How do I figure this out? Um, right, so some people don't want me to talk about it, and some people do. I guess the only thing that can be done is to mute the video. That might sound a bit silly, that. Put the audio on mute, and then I'll wiggle the spider on screen to let you know when I've stopped talking about it, okay? Ever thought about making a second channel for psychology? Um, because I've done 70 videos already on this channel, there wouldn't really be much more to upload on another channel unless I just re-upload them. Would it be more or less successful? I don't know personally. I just thought doing it on this channel would be easier because it's already got a following. I have, though, uploaded it to TikTok. Shut the fuck up whilst I'm trying to conduct business here. Motherfucker, shut up, you wretched bitch. Anyway, where was I? Cleaning up, no problem. Only here for Veach, that's fine. Because I do videos about Kenny Veach. We can actually take a look at how many I've done. Space out during the psychological talk, that's fine, that's okay. Sonny, was that a dog? Well, there was a dog in the background, and I barked back. Wasn't in the mood to doing a Scooby-Doo impression this time round. So I've made 611 videos on Kenny Veach. So what was Kenny's age when it happened? I think it was like around 46, 47 years of age. Sharon Pilgrim, 20 years older, right? That's quite a lot. Okay. So supposedly there were some people that wanted me to talk about the psychology, so I will do. If you want to put the audio on mute, feel free to do so. It won't take that long, but I do want to make sure I do it properly. When I'm done, I will wiggle that spider on screen so you can unmute the video, okay? So I will begin talking right now. So, when it comes to survivor's guilt, it's that deep inner belief that one is responsible for it all, that something should have been done different, acted upon quicker, the odd gut feeling should have acted upon that. But the reality is, there's only so much that you can do in a situation and in that moment. And really, there's only so much that you should do. For example, like a relationship, you put so much in, you get so much out. It's the role and job for the other half to do the same. A relationship, in some ways, should be 50-50. When it's not shared and it's too one sided, is that really fair for the person having to do more and put more time in on top of dealing with other stuff? If the situation is more complex, where there might be trauma involved or poor treatment, maltreatment, abuse, that Survivor would be balancing and juggling a lot more and their own health and struggles too, besides the so-called struggles of the bad ex partner. Even if the partner X wasn't a bad person and was a good individual, either way, they're struggling, yet they chose not to reach out to you. They chose to keep it quiet. And maybe it was bad, maybe it was hard for them, fair enough. But still, they choose to be with you. They should choose to trust you, to be open with you, and yet they don't. And again, yeah, in the moment, maybe too much is going on, so they can't reach out, they can't think clear. But what about the build up, the red flags, the early stages? No reaching out then, no acknowledgement, nothing. How are you supposed to know them? Even if it's justified as in why they kept it quiet, it's also justified why you wouldn't know and why you couldn't do much about it. Because if you don't know in the first place, how are you supposed to act on it? Okay, you could have a gut feeling, but again, should you blame yourself for having a gut feeling when you've already probably dealing with a lot already and balancing a lot out to begin with? Really, at the end of the day, what should have been done is better communication from the other side. If you clearly communicated your needs, if you communicated your struggles, if they dismissed you at times or downplayed or put you down, should you honestly waste any more oxygen in blaming yourself for them and their downfall when they chose to disrespect and put you down in the process? So, if there's any more elaboration there, just let me know on the spot with the emoji, the elaboration one, and I can add on if needed. But at this moment in time, I don't see any reactions. So, there we go. Make sure if people saw that. Back to Kenny Veach. Just wondering because of the theory being said that maybe someone killed him. This is removed. Yeah, I said I'd wave the spider when I stopped talking about the psychology stuff if people didn't want to hear it. Sonny, okay, so that sounds like his dad probably lived alone and they found him that way. I don't know. I don't know. Leela, maybe his woman for money. I think the moment his dad died, he could have maybe got a lot of money because of his dad's death or inheritance. Who knows? Who knows? High stakes welcome. Can you say park the car in the Harvard yard with your funny accent? Okay, high stakes. What accent would you like me to say it in? What accent? Let me know, stakes. What does funny accent mean exactly? Which one? What country? Irish. Oh no. Not going to be perfect, okay? Top of the morning, high stakes. What's cracking? You can actually say park the car in the Harvard where you hard with a funny accent. You want me to do an Irish accent? How dare you? Who do you think you are? Mia Maven, that spider will be Raf's new co-host, just like Heckfish on the Y-Files. Sometimes I've done some accents where people can't even understand what I'm saying, so I must be doing something right. Laughing my fucking arse off. You earned a new sub. Love you, brother. Much appreciated. But I can only do a high pitch one, unfortunately. It sounds like someone stepped on my foot. Yeah, how to gain subscribers, do accents, impressions. Leela, there are no public reports or quotes whatsoever about him walking in on his dad's. I think there was an obituary online, but it was like custom created one by some random person online that was also stating Kenny Veach's death. And how can you state Kenny's death when there's no body or retrieval of it? Sonny, I think British people get more views regardless. Oh, I don't think so personally. Harsh reality. I can't do an impression of harsh reality. What do you say? Roy Goisley's no, Roy. What am I trying to do? I don't know what accent I'm trying to do there. What accent does he have? Does he have the London accent? Oh my god! Let's get down to the meat and potatoes. Is that what it says? Please, sir, could I have some more? Where's Oliver Twist at? There was an Oliver Twist once. You were British. I thought you were from Arkansas. Wow. Yeah, I am English. I'm from the UK. I'm not from Arkansas. Yeah, he's got a bit of a rough voice, hasn't he? Let's get down to the meat and potatoes. Right there, Sonny. Wait, why do I sound like some drill instructor? I sound like from Call of Duty. Leela's from the Netherlands. Mia says, I agree. That accent is so sexy, in my opinion. Shh, Mia. Hush there. Whilst I may have a British accent, mine's a little bit different. I can't do a Dutch accent, though. If I try doing a Dutch accent, it sounds like I've got a plum lodged in my mouth. Plum as in the fruit. Unstable connection. Perfect. I was able to impersonate people, as in just strangers online in previous true crime communities. That was kind of funny. Oh, the glasses. I need to pick them back up. I forgot about them. When I've tried doing a London accent, it doesn't work because I don't really know what to say. I think there's a person in the chat sometimes called Craig, and they're from Scotland. I can do that. I don't think you didn't mine very well, but didn't do it again because that was embarrassing. Well, doing. I don't think I've done an impression of you. What type of accent would you have exactly? Dead. Okay. What are we doing for the polls? Let's just end that there just for now because I think the poll's gone on long enough. Not too bad, not too bad. Let's see. Might do the live for 15, 20 more minutes. Maybe do a countdown, see where we're at. Anything needs to be added on. Oh, Scott Natal. Okay. The Jay Silverheels one's a little bit rough. When he used to talk, he's like, hey, Jeff Clark, you belong in an asylum. Slytherin. Slytherin, do you want Professor Snape? The voice? You want Jeff Clark? Yeah, Slytherin, do you want Professor Snape to do some ASMR talking? Who's your favorite M Cave hiker? Draco Malfoy. Do I look like I can do Draco Malfoy? Well, I mean, I could try, but I don't know how that's going to go. So who's my favourite M-Cave hiker? I'm just trying to think. Who could it be? See, I engaged with Scott Natal's content for quite a bit early on because he was quite hands-on. I've not consumed as much from SB Vegas, but I guess you could say the quality, the visuals are a lot better there. There's not much that Steve has done wrong, you know, like in material and everything. I mean, out of the list, Sean, Scott Natal, SB, they've all been hands-on in some way, which is good. I'd say the person that I'm most disappointed in is Aqua Chigga. Okay, they've got a big YouTube channel, big following, but it doesn't make them walking, talking God, let's just put it that way. Now, I gave an unpopular, controversial opinion at the time, and the little fanboys, a little bitch boy posse gang came on over and said, "Oh, what, you didn't complain about that? What are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about." Bitch, please. I've been here since 2015. I think I do know what I'm talking about. Not really, Robin. Slytherin says, "Team really Robin." What's your favourite thing about Robin, Slytherin? Slytherin says, "Everything," biting her lips. Careful there, Slytherin. Don't be drawing any blood. Michaela! Long time no see. Where you been, Michaela? Where's Lenny? Oh, who said that then? I don't know. Just so everyone knows, big shout out to Michaela. Michaela is the M Cave ambassador. She has her own cave. How long ago did Robin disappear? So the original Robin was present in 2020 and disappeared in 2020. He was only around in the case for a few months. Then Really Robin, alternative YouTube channel claiming to be the original Robin, showed up in 2022, which I think isn't the real one. Sonny, need to start selling M-Cave merch. Yeah, Grade. Aqua Chigga, I think, went out one time only and retraced Kenny's footsteps. But you know what the biggest problem is, Grade? Aqua Chigga walked right past the supposed covered M cave, which Sean did years before. Aqua Chigga walked right past all those caves, including the one Kenny was scared of. Considering Aqua was supposed to be retracing Kenny's footsteps, where he stopped, where he looked, as he pointed things out, and Kenny literally pointed out and said, "On ground level, I care." Turned around and said, "That cave looks like I'm not going up there," and decides to speed off. So why did Aqua just ignore it all? The one and only good thing that came from Aqua's video, not being rude, is indirectly, unknowingly at the time, Aqua was the first to capture in the background the missing rock from the covered M cave. So there is that. Michaela, how's your cave? How's your glasses? Mia, own cave? Wow, I'm jealous. We got Nick. Welcome, Nick. Welcome. Michaela says it's dark. Okay. Michaela, I know you mentioned you got the back rooms, but Michaela, do you have a back door and is it open or not? Slytherin. He was the first to explore the dangerous canyon, which is now named Robbins Canyon. That's true, that. Yep. Fair enough, Michaela. Open at specific times. So it's not like a bank open all hours. That's understandable, Michaela, because, you know, you have your back door open. You could let anything in at any time. You don't want that because, Michaela, you've got standards. Michaela has high standards cave. Well, not high standards, but good standards cave. But it is important to note, Michaela, I have experience with back doors. If I got too close to your back door, Michaela, it could be ripped in half. Mia is a witness to that, not literally watching me break back doors or open back doors, but upon knowledge of hearing of how I can tear them off without much effort. Accidental, of course, maybe with one finger, two fingers, or the full hand. Walking on by, door, whoops, pulled off, still in my hand. Sorry about that. So, Michaela, if your back door's closed, just make sure it's open if I'm nearby because we don't want any damages. I can be very clumsy at times. I don't know my own strength. Anyway, moving on. Grade, what, bro, what's this about? Don't worry, this is abstract art, all under control. Michaela's expressing her emotions through artistic values of an M cave. I did the same thing in the past with my shit hairline. It forms the M cave symbol. If you look back at my older videos, if I adjust my hair, it looks like the letter M. And no, I'm not going to do a demonstration of that already because it's dodgy. Sunny, some backdoor shit going on. Back doors, back rooms, same thing at the end of the day, isn't it? Right? Bah, ha, ha, ha. Is that like a sheep? Bah, don't do yourself that way. I'm not doing myself. Don't worry. Why would I be doing my own back door? No, I don't think so. Welcome to anyone that's joined late. You don't know the context. Don't worry. Feel free to rewind back to earlier on within the Kenny Veach case, the psychology, the mindsets, and everything else in between. Mia, no worries, Rav. I'll supervise and pull you out with rope if you get lost in there. Oh, don't you worry, I will not be getting lost. Sonny, no. Back door and back rooms are totally different. The new back rooms movie. Any good, by the way? If the back rooms don't have a back door, then what are you supposed to do then? Trapped in there forever? Or maybe locked out? I found out his girlfriend asked, he said, if I decide to date, you'll be okay because you're good. And, you know, as we're talking, as we go along here, poor Michaela. Poor Michaela's glasses are steaming up once again. Someone fetch Michaela a cloth to wipe it away. private. Yeah, so when it comes to wording Sharon Pilgrim, some people spell it or call her Sharon. Sharon Pilgrim, Sharon Pilgrim. It's, from what I'm aware of, officially spelled as Sherln. Sharon, not Sharon. But it sounds like Australian that. You're right, mate. Where's Sharon? Right, Sharon? Get your boomerang. I don't know. Sounds Australian. Anyway, Sharon, Sherry, whichever. Ooh, Michaela. Easy there. Shalom. Oh my goodness. But yeah, besides Sharon, sounds like a dodgy name that, the way it's spelled, but the name Sharon, that's a good name. I liked it, the Backrooms movie, but I thought it didn't follow the law very closely. I like the live shows, loving the cons. I think one thing you'd like EJ, but it probably doesn't happen. You know, like if there's like lots of drama and conflict and a bit of war going on, and then I've got to tell people off, that would be kind of funny as well. Sherry, sherry, alcohol. Yeah, so yeah. So Michaela has got the belts. Why am I getting ads in the middle of a live stream? It's because you've been a naughty individual showing up late. Well, you're like, maybe she was mental health professional because she maybe was also an expert by experience. Maybe, yeah. It's a shame she didn't apply that experience with appropriate behavior because I need to add in my behavior or at least my mindset. Let's let's do some role play right now. No, don't worry, Sonny. Don't worry, Mia. Don't worry, anyone. We're not doing backdoor role play. That's for tomorrow. No, role play in the position of what Sharon does versus what I do in terms of if I was in a position. So, whether I'm close to someone or not, whatever one says, then it should remain as where it is. It shouldn't need to be expressed or exposed anywhere else. Shouting it out to the rooftop, what good does that do? I think too often humans react, and that's what the problem is, reacting. Even in private, someone opens up, someone shares something, listen. That's what matters most. That's all that's needed, to listen. The reaction part is often handled poorly by humans. Look at this. I like to upscale it. Okay. I could say to someone, I don't drink tea, I don't drink coffee, I can't be asked with that. I only drink cold drinks. People's reactions 9 times out of 10, or 10 times out of 10 is, oh my God, you've not lived. Oh my God, what? And it's like, first of all, piss pot, why are you treating me like an alien? Why does it really matter if I only drink cold and I don't drink hot? Is it a threat, a problem to you? The way some humans react, it's like they're treating you like a subhuman, they're treating you like an alien, and it's like, well, if you're going to treat me like that, then if we upscale it to something more important and serious, you're going to ridicule me for that as well, and much more. See, I don't do what other people do. I only react a certain way. Straight face for a good reason. Yeah, okay. I'm here, I'm present, I'm listening, I'm processing, I'm working it out, I'm calculating it in my mind. I take it extremely seriously when it comes to those situations, or if I did know of someone in a difficult position. Well, even in true crime and sometimes missing person cases, some people have reached out and said, don't release it public or don't link it to me because they'll kill me. Whether people are being dramatic or not, I listen, I'm like, okay, Can I do this? Can I do that? Clear communication. What can be shared? What can't? And go from there. I think not enough humans, take it in mind. Right, what's going on in the background? What's going on in the back rooms in the live chat? Where are we at now? Right. Grade said, I'll be Kenny. Well, if you are Grade, make sure to stutter and stammer when you're talking. Sonny, I won't be here tomorrow. That sounds like impending doom. Michaela says, Lenny! Lenny, where are you, boy? Oh, hello there, Anoshka. Welcome, Grace. I like how people show up at a time when I'm just yelling out randomly. Hello, Drew. Anu. That's your name, isn't it? Anu. I'm so sorry that you have to be here after just waking up. Wait, who's just woke up? Ah, oh yeah, time zone. Trav, have you played Red Dead Redemption 2? I'm halfway through my first playthrough. Yeah, I did play Red Dead Redemption 2 and it was horrendous. It was so dragged out, boring, horse simulator. Gotta change clothes, gotta feed the horse, wash oneself, change clothes, repeat, open cupboards, multiple button input, delayed, fake HDR, terrible graphics on the original console when it was released for. Terrible game. I like Red Dead Redemption 1. It wasn't as forced as an RPG. I don't really like RPG games unless it's originally intended as a proper RPG game. Grade, insane L take. It's not an insane take. It's a realistic approach based on the patterns and trends of Red Dead Redemption. The very first Red Dead Redemption was actually called Red Dead Revolver, and it wasn't a forced RPG style game. Red Dead Redemption 1 wasn't a forced RPG style game. Red Dead Redemption 1 actually had proper multiplayer and friendly free roam mode without pay to win or pay to experience mechanics, the same way as Red Dead Redemption 2 is, inflated by the likes of the shark cards from GTA 5. The amount of humans I had to deal with over time when it comes to gaming, from Gears of War 5 to the woke agenda of female empowerment in a forced way to so many more other games. My goodness, and the way people respond as well. I've been gaming since the age of 4, over 800 games and plus on consoles and stuff. I think on Steam, it was 2009 I joined on that as well. So I've seen the patterns and trends over time. I've seen the forced agenda with RPG. Look at Assassin's Creed. It was never should have been a proper full-on RPG game with stupid health bars and weird inputs, clunky controls, dragged out combat, bullet sponges, metaphorically speaking, too big open world, very sparse and open, sometimes poorly in performance and graphics. Some games should stay as they are so they don't lose their identity. Look at Far Cry 5 became an RPG. Look at WWE 2K became an RPG. Look at Gears of War became an RPG. Red Dead Redemption, full-on RPG. Some car racing games, RPG. Why does everything have to be RPG? Why can't it just be what it originally was in the first place? It's ridiculous the way it's gone. When it came to Assassin's Creed Mirage, it was a little bit more closer to how it originally used to be. But when it comes to Red Dead Redemption 1 will always be that way. What do we have here? Leela, he couldn't find a cave even though he had already been there twice before, which is really strange. People start analyzing his footage frame by frame, and apparently they could clearly. Grade, that's how L takes are framed. But the thing is, I don't use degenerative language or sheepish language. I stay realistic based on patterns and trends and from experience as well. RPG can stay in its own lane, right? Just imagine the very thing that you like ends up getting taken over by some other feature or mechanics which don't match what you like or prefer. I mean, what would be a fair example to say? Let's say you're playing Call of Duty, if you liked it. The way it is, arcadey, fast-paced. Just imagine the next time round, they add in health bars. They add in power levels. Oh, sorry, you can't play the next mission until you've leveled up and unlocked all these chests. Oh, sorry, if you want to progress further, you've got to do all these microtransactions. I think people forget when it comes to RPG, it leads to microtransactions, DLC, forced content, pay to win, pay to advance, pay to progress. That's what's involved in RPG style games. All these little cancerous, disease ridden microtransactions. GTA 5 with the shark cards, where people getting the upper hand, pay to win, pay to advance. That's why when GTA 6 comes out, I'm not going anywhere near that, because at the end of the day, what will tend to happen is the multiplayer will be prioritized long term, and so will the DLC, as in the pay to win, the pay to access elements. In what world is L take degenerative language? It's degenerative language as in shortened language, sheepish language, said in sometimes by some in a quirky way, a trendy way, because L take wasn't a thing or trending in the past. Not many people would use it, if not really anyone. And then because it's said online through social media, through certain creators, or when things go viral, then everyone starts using it. Degenerative, as in shortened words, abbreviations. Degenerative means backwards, you know, when people express themselves, overusing, be right back, bro, you know, kind of like that. Or, lol, this guy is in his anime arc. It's like, oh my God, it's so cringe. That's why I just tend to use standard basic language. Sometimes the language that I use, there's simply a language barrier. People don't understand me. Sometimes I can be too formal. Sometimes I can be too precise, too specific, but it is what it is. But this is the thing. Okay, I do true crime. I do mysteries. But the very thing that set me up, as in how I started on YouTube, was actually gaming, video games. Very experienced in that area. Been doing it since day one almost. Much longer than most people have relative to the age that I am. I've seen games come and go. I've seen patterns and trends. I've seen the downfall of stuff. You look at FIFA, you look at football, the way that's gone with time. Most of gaming has gone downhill, unfortunately. You look at EA, you look at the greed there, unfinished products, and much more. But this is the thing. Degenerative language, where people get lazy, yeah, sheepish patterns. Like when it comes to TikTok and it comes to certain areas, yeah, I get an idea of humans. Humans become very predictable at times. I mean, Reddit, cancerous place. There's no reasoning whatsoever there. And the way games progress, you always got to look back at, you know, the original ones, what made them unique and stand out from others. All I say is, the very thing that you like, the very thing that you hold close, the very thing that you enjoy, it gets taken over, it gets changed, it's adapted to things and styles that you don't like. How do you react then? You just accept, concede, put up, or have the right to say, well, this is bollocks. This ain't right. Shouldn't be this way. But the sheep will vote and continue. Things won't change, certain games won't improve because people keep voting with their wallets. You look at FIFA, the microtransactions, all the packs in the stores, the toxic online play, the team tactics, the delays, the lag, the scripting in the game. It's terrible, but people will still keep buying the game. EA still keep getting the money. Things aren't going to change. That is common sense. a young'un. There's been some times where people thought I was 40 years old, not based on face, but just based on how I talk. And there's been other people that say visually I look like I'm 17. So I must be a hybrid. And then there's Mia Maven in the background. It says, from the side view, he looks like a Greek god. Okay. So we've got all kinds of references going on there. That's what one uses in live stream chats. That's what some people use, but not what all people used originally. As life and time progresses forwards, not everything evolves. Some things go backwards. Degenerative can be a condition, it can be a situation in going backwards, getting worse. You think of formal language, it could be long, it could be long-winded, it could be a little bit of waffle, but then abbreviation, lol, YOLO, be right back, yo man. Oh my God, do you honestly expect me to be using all that? I don't think so. I've got certain standards. I mean, I can't think of them all on the spot, but it's not that deep. There we go. That's a bingo. That's another line. That's another new age line that a lot of people like to use. Yo, bro, it's not that deep. Contrarian maxing. Oh, yeah, we're maxing that one. That's another recent trend as well. Yeah, I remember that. There's other references to it as well. Is it called like face maxing, eye maxing? We're gonna do, we're gonna get that was it? Oh my God, yo, it's Giga Chad. Oh my God, we're gonna max to the limit. Oh my God. I can almost feel like my IQ is dropping by the second as I'm trying to impersonate people of today. No, thanks. I don't need to max when I'm already up on the mountaintop. I think what's needed right now is some shades. I think that's what's needed. You're looking into it, far into, bro. Bro. That's another one. It is funny to say. Arkansas. There was another time where another person said, I'm from Birkenhead. Look, do I look like from Birkenhead? I don't think so. I don't talk like that, of course. Right. Let's change the atmosphere. Sonny, stop laughing your arse off, or you may need some reconstructive surgery if you laugh it off too much. Okay? Well, we got stuck on a mountain, died, eaten by wildlife. So in terms of certain mountains and areas and hills, there's been ravines which have been covered by J-Chuck vlogs. Sonny on a BBL. Okay. I mean, Sonny takes it to a whole new level, getting a BBL where the sun doesn't shine. It will be shining once that's done. My God, Sonny. You have to change your username to something else. 2 lots. My goodness, you're greedy. How many rear ends do you need? Any more like that, and then Michaela is going to get petty. Maybe he made promises not to worry people. Yeah, maybe. That might be the case. Speaking of which, where are my items, my tools? I think this is needed, don't you? Don't worry, this is not some main character mode. This is not some villain arc. Oh my god, he's in his villain arc. Oh, I'm on low XP. What am I gonna do? Get a grip of yourself, cretin. What's going on here, Michaela? My goodness. What's next? You're gonna be saying, oh, Rav, can you do an anime voice? I don't think so. I might be multifunctional, but I'm not multi-degenerative, okay? We're doing 50 Shades one way or another. And don't worry, can I moan? Yes, I can, and I can do it rather well. So good to the point I was practicing once and someone in the back garden overheard it and wondered what was going on. Well, that must be another person I've traumatized. Is what it is. It happens, doesn't it? Maybe if I was on higher XP, maybe if I bought my battle pack, I would have been doing a lot better. Oh my god. What is going on here? Back garden? Yeah, it's not just the back rooms, it's the back garden where there's all bushes everywhere. No bushfires, all fine, even though it's dry. Actually, I think when I did it at the time, the climate was different back then. 50 Shades of Caves, EJ 50 Shades of Wrath, yeah. But in all seriousness, if there is anyone watching, I don't know, Criminal Med, I know they don't like the belt because of triggers. So if there's anyone watching in the background and you don't like belts or anything like that, because it's problematic, you can always switch off or close the screen, whatever works best for you. Okay. Just wanted to give a heads up there. Sunny Productions, back garden bush. Just the one. One bush. Excuse me. Need a bit more than that. I think you did with the umlauts. This is a bad time to say I have a Nanny McPhee. Oh my god. Is Nanny McPhee the one with that giant wart on the face or something? Because Nanny McPhee better get out of the way because I'm going to whip that wart right off. You just got to trip the back caves, 50 Shades of M cave. And you know what? I'm not going to be using these when I'm doing the 50 Shades because that will break the focus. Okay? I don't have any gloves. But where I'm going does not require any gloves. Because if I leave any DNA behind, I'll be leaving it behind as a reminder so you will never forget me. Do you understand? Okay? We've been here too many times, haven't we? Ooh, Nanny McPhee. Gonna be whipping so hard back and forth, the pigs are gonna be squealing in the backyard. And yes, I can do a pig squeal as well, but there's a time and place for all of that. Giant mole. Yeah, I bet it is. It is big, isn't it? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Did that sting? Clearly not hard enough. When you think it can't be worse, oh, it can get worse. Don't you worry, Leela. If I pull out that giant vibrating device, which I have downstairs, which can spin so fast like a pottery reel, it'll be game over for some people. And no, I don't think Michaela has that in her cave, but like kitchens and appliances, they can always be installed. There should always be room for what's most important, okay? If anyone is wanting extra research, because I know there'll be some in the background that just want more and more, begging, demanding, right? Don't worry, it's on my channel. You'll find it as it spins around, it vibrates and pulses, and it's got 3 levels. You want it on level 1, you want it on level 2, you have it on whatever level you want. Ribbed as well, with a little roughness all around. Just make sure you have it charged up. High Stakes says, no, don't worry, High Stakes, because last time I heard, Nanny McPhee has stolen it. Greedy bitch. What else do we have? Less. Sonny, that's not how it's supposed to work. It's supposed to be more, not less. Rude. Michaela doesn't fit. Michaela, times like this, what do we do exactly? This is something that we need to look into. This is actually really important, this. If it doesn't fit, there's always another way in. Sometimes you've got to angle it, sometimes you've got to twist it, but it will work. The main thing is, Michaela, you have to relax. If you don't relax, you're too tense. The muscles are tense. How do you expect anything to work, Michaela, when it's like that? Okay? We need to find a solution. Key West is dying here. Fetch Key West oxygen right now. Any nurses about, get the oxygen tank out immediately. Oh, we're saying Yal. Hey there, Mr. Yal. You like to ride my tractor? Slytherin, someone is in an interesting mood today. Yes. I guess maybe there's some other items to use. Armchair detectives spent months analysing Kenny's final footage frame by frame. Meanwhile, Kenny was already at the bottom of a shaft. Oh my God, talk about what we're talking about now. We're talking about shafts. Oh no, great timing, Leela. Level Death Star Warrior Raph. She sure is. You nailed it. I bet she nailed herself there. My goodness. That mole, that poor mole. Gooning. Oh no, not that word. That's another one to the dictionary glossary. What this is a masterpiece. What this really is abstract art. Everything that's being done right now, slowly activating those thoughts within. Yes, Sunny Productions, of course. I think the XP is about to burst. Ooh woo. Oh no. Oh goodness. Anoshka, you've lost your sleep. That is unfortunate. But I'm sure with a certain presence and voice, things can ease and simmer. This chat is making my arm max out. My goodness stakes. Really high risk, high stakes there. Talking about moist. Why are we talking about that when then very likely people already are? But why do we need to air it out so loud? Exactly. How moist are you really? Is it raining? Is there a drought? Don't worry. There was a person in the past from Australia. They had stomach issues by some chance. I healed them. And they said that my presence created a storm and the floodgates opened. The reality is, it shouldn't be about whether you're moist or not. It should be about, are the floodgates open or not? If the floodgates aren't open, we have a problem. There we go. I can go faster than that. I can do it underarm. I can do the Texas tornado. I can do the, you know what's actually really needed? When we are in this situation where it feels like the IQ is melting away, the holy whip of wrath, 316 wrath, thou shalt not whip unless needed, thou shalt not heal unless there is a common cause. And you know what, Sonny? Don't you worry. You said that your internet struggling on and off, I have extensive experience when it comes to fixing people's Wi-Fi boxes. And I'm sure you in the background know very well about that, don't you? What else do we have? Why did the M cave refuse to talk to the other caves? Because it was way too deep into its own mystery. Whoa, there we go. Sonny, laughing my ass off. What do you think Kenny would think about that? Well, the last time I remember, Kenny was struggling to swallow beer. So to be honest, if the floodgates were open, it would be like a miracle, to be honest. More hydration. Oh my goodness, Michaela has erupted. I don't blame you. And you know what, Michaela? Unfortunately, you're not a member on this channel, but I can be very, very lenient at times and very generous. It just so happens to appear, Michaela, I have my own custom wallite raft towel accompanied with pizzas as a design on it. I don't know why, but there you go, Michaela. Any problems? Don't worry, the aisle can be cleaned up. We've got free towels available. Anyone wants towels? There you go. Look at how generous I am. What more do we have? Feel free to soak it in. High stakes, can you crack that whip again? Do I? Does one deserve to feel the touch of it exactly? Maybe, maybe not. You want a Kenny emoji? I think more people need to join channel membership for more emojis to unlock. Okay. 316 of ref. Shh. Shh. I hope you approve of that. High stakes. Okay. And by any means, there is that too. Just me, simply in the background, taking it all in, observing rather well. That was like an ASMR. It's because I am an ASMR and so much more. Sonny, I want to make a Kenny t-shirt. Why is why I've not done that yet? Hands busy elsewhere. Let me see what else I can find. It's only a matter of time. Maybe not that one. Where is Slytherin at this moment in time? Don't worry, I have my own magic wand. EJ knows. Slytherin. It's time to battle. Michaela, a belt shirt. Well, hold that thought. Don't go anywhere. I have something. Oh, I have a zip bag. What is it full of? Full of evidence? Remnants? Shh. It's not been open for a while. What do we have here? Oh, does it show? Whip God, how interesting is that? You said you wanted a belt, you've got a custom one. Shout out to the person in the past of you on my channel that created it. The Whip God is in full presence. There you go. Okay. Nice and clear. Told you, it's all under control. Then we've got a cat one as well. I don't suppose, Anushka, these are required. I'm probably going to say it wrong anyway. Leviosa. Oh, is that Sam? Really? I cast a spell on you. There we go. I'm going to turn you into a spider. Avada Kedavra. Who'd have thought that? We're having one-on-one duels. I'm impressed. I'm glad you are, Slytherin. Might be another one I need to cast in just a second. We need to shine some light, Slytherin. Expecto Patronum. There we go. Me and Nevada could make a huge profit off the M Cave. Now, I only have one pair of cuffs. There could be many people that may need them. Many people that may want them. Many people that deserve them. But I sense in my mind, in here, I sense someone that wants them more than anyone else. I sense there is someone in the background that is quite familiar with them already. I bet. Well, this wand was rather entertaining for this moment in time. Where are we at this moment? Let's just check the time just to keep up. Okay. So I'm going to do a countdown now from 20 and then we'll see where we're at. If there's any more comments, questions, follow-ups, feel free to leave it in the live chat. As said, it's been an interesting time for sure. See, when it comes to certain sayings and observations, I've created my own terms, which not many people will know what they really mean. And it can be quite interesting at times. But I think sometimes it's good when there is a language barrier, because some humans, their behavior, more so their attitude, they don't deserve to breathe, to walk on your level, right? A little pop-up shop. Sunny Productions with the pop-up shops and the pop-up BBLs. Are they inflatable? You blow them up on the spot? 4949 shooter. I just got here and you're going to end. Yeah, well, this live stream has been on for 3 hours already. So with respect to the timing, UK and sleep patterns, I will have to end it soon because last time I think it went on for about 4 hours and that was a bit too much, that. I don't even know what I just said. That's promising then. Okay, let's do the countdown now and then possibly end it from there. Start counting down in Vedic Sanskrit. What is that? What is that? Guten Tag. ASMR countdown. Well, if you're on good behavior, Anoshka, I may whisper towards the end. Oh yeah, just as a heads up, Trav, guess what I tried earlier? Always on good behavior. Besides all the biting. So one thing I tested, Trav, was the Superman push-up. I haven't done the Superman push-up in over a year, if not longer. As for the Inca push-up, the one what you did, Trav, I tried that as well. Somehow, some way, it worked. First attempt. And that's without having done any exercise in 7 months, in a sense. And without doing the push-ups in years. So when I'm a fat twat, I perform better at an exercise which requires you to be lighter in weight to perform it. Makes so much sense. Not. There we go. Anyway. 20. 19. 18. 17. 16. 15. 14. 13. 12. 11. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. 0. So, shout out to those that have watched, continued to. Big shout out to the people that have put up with the madness, the dodginess, the stamina. Appreciated. Take care, Mia, Sunny, Anushka, Michaela. Michaela, you better find Lenny, boy. You know we're going to have a problem. I did try doing the John Martson one, but it didn't quite work. Where's my horse gone? I don't know where it is, man. Something like that. My name's John Martson. How you doing? Me and Maven. Bye, Raf. Yes, it was EJ. Sam. with about 4 to 5 minutes of overtime ref after dark. Not that it needs to be done. Take care, Slytherin. Rest safely in the Chamber of Secrets. And Mia too, and Leela. Any final people left watching? Specifically, anyone, for example, watching in the background? I did do a poll as of earlier today, and that poll was on the lines of elaborating the following steps in reconnecting when it comes to trauma PTSD. How does one reconnect? What are the steps forwards? What can be done considered to make everything just a little bit easier and lighter? If there is anyone in the background that's interested, I can touch upon it. Okay, Nick, enjoy. Now, just to make it clear, I don't mind whichever way, whatever works best for you. The videos that I do, I record them, but it's important as in what you want, what you're comfortable with, what works best for you. Would you prefer me to elaborate on it right now, briefly or so, or a separate standalone video? Let's say, as an example, as a standalone video, feel free to use the heart emoji. If you'd like a summary right now on the spot, use the 100 emoji. Let's give that a minute or so. Just check something on here. Okay, not too bad for time, just one moment. As of earlier today, and how does one reconnect and ground? Okay, next. The video that I do, I would to elaborate on it right now, briefly also, or separate standalone video. Let's say, as an example, as a standalone video, feel free to use the heart emoji. If you'd like a summary right now on the spot, use the 100. Okay. I'll do a summary right now. I don't know if you watched my last video, as in identifying the fears of reconnecting, because that's an important part too. First of all, let's summarize that. Understanding the fears of reconnecting with someone after a period of silence. It's not about highlighting the negatives to be off-putting. It's more about understanding the negatives and how to counter it to get the best possible outcome, to protect yourself, your own peace, your own mind, to avoid any unwanted conflict, to be able to release that energy built up within, to be able to do what you want, your choice, your control, your timing, your pace, and maybe able to reach out and connect. Small scale, little steps, big scale, whatever works. The steps along the way will also tie in line with trusting the heart. It can be the heart that leads you back to someone or to some place, just like how it was the heart that may have drawn you to someone to begin with. There's always that possibility that the mind may have been in defense mode, protection mode, avoidance mode. There could always be that small possibility that you may have connected with someone long before you made it clear with them. Maybe you connected with someone long before they reached out to you at some point. At the end of the day, reconnecting implies, as a trauma survivor, you've already made one of the difficult, hardest leaps of fate. And that was trusting someone to begin with, connecting with someone at some point previously. Now, where you're at now doesn't have to be personal to that connection. It can be a separate struggle that one may face due to trauma, flashbacks, or more so unresolved trauma leaking out, dealing with it for the very first time. Some things get put on hold, some things freeze over, some things take over, not much that one can do. But when you start becoming conscious or slightly warm up to the idea of connecting, at that point, it's about knowing the best methods forwards. Second. Trusting the heart means listening to it in the first place. Making decisions can be hard, especially if one feels paralyzed mentally, maybe even physically. Already acknowledged about toxic environments or feeling trapped. Those moments of the air pockets, finding that space, that room to breathe, that distraction to pull yourself out of whatever. In those moments, practicing calm and peace and focusing on that, what can also be done in those moments is making little decisions. But if that's too much, you don't have to make a decision. You can simply consider a decision. There's many steps within steps to decision making. Before even one is made, it's about considering what to do, what to think. And in this case, it can involve including the heart within the voting, within the pool. See, the difference is in the past, there may have been that belief of can't be in a friendship, can't be in a relationship until I'm fully healed and it's all resolved. But this time around, it's not about needing to be fully healed to be able to reach out to someone. It's just about getting to a point where you're relaxed enough and you feel that you want to reach out. It's what you want. How you reach out depends on how much you say and what you say. The power's in your hand there. You can say as much or as little as you want. It doesn't have to lead to commitment or overcommitment. It can just be a little gentle prompt to say, I'm here, I'm still here, I think of you, I respect you, whatever. Now's not the right time. I'm still getting over the difficult part. A lot's going on. You have to keep it brief. Once again, it's not something you have to do, but it's something you consider or want deep down. Got to consider the little steps along the way. Celebrating little movements, little steps along the way, micro decisions. Very small micro decisions go a long way over time. If you think how trauma can compile and it can make life difficult, celebrating, acknowledging micro movements, micro decisions, micro progression compiles as well over time in the right direction. I'll just slow down for a moment, just let you take that in if you need to. The act of reaching out does not mean a life sentence, a death sentence, or imprisonment. It's just a way of simply reaching out if it's something that you want to do. a way of being able to connect with someone you think highly of or like. Once again, it's down to choice. You have to be honest with yourself. You may not have much energy, you may have a low capacity, you may not be able to revert back to where you left off or how things were at one point, whether that be high energy, high passion, deep talks, whatever it is. Who said it has to be like that again? Who said it has to go back to what it once was? It can be however you want it to be, whilst on the sideline considering what maybe the other person wants as well, within reason. Nothing has to be rushed. Not to sound negative, enough time has passed by already. So, gone through the storm, and even still within it, it's understandable. The aspect of reaching out is a way of being able to release some of the energy and possibly feel a little bit less isolated. Reaching out shouldn't be a commitment or chore where it feels like I have to because I owe it to them. You don't owe it to them, you owe it to yourself in whatever decision you make. Of course, you could consider how they might be thinking, feeling, and if they're doing okay or not, but it's your trauma, your struggle, your resolve, your actions, your choice at a point in time, at some moment at least. One of the best methods as well with reaching out to someone to get the best outcome, to avoid conflict, to avoid toxicity, to avoid, any negatives. Go in with low expectations. Don't expect much, just focus on yourself in the moment by being able to reach out, release, prove to yourself, prove to your heart. Do something you've always wanted to do, but in a controlled way, so the pressure isn't quite there. I mean, would you say, if you had to be honest with yourself deep down, does the feeling of reaching out, reconnecting feel just as difficult, if not more, than when you took that leap of faith in the first place, months back, years back, when communicating for the very first time? Does it feel just as hard or harder? You could also write down on paper what will happen to you if you do try reaching out and reconnecting. Physically put it on paper, make it real, grounded approach. Instead of thinking about it all in here, write it down on paper and face it that way. Face it head on without ultimately facing the ultimate end game, which could be them. Once again, there are ways around and there are steps onwards, bit by bit. If you do feel that this time round, it's so much harder to reconnect after everything that's happened compared to reaching out for the very first time, that's understandable. Because back then you were driven by butterflies, nerves, excitement, some fears, but it was a positive negative clash. It was a clash of emotions, the heart against the mind, and vice versa. But you proved to yourself, if you find yourself in a position right now wanting to reconnect with someone, you've already proven to yourself back then that when you were struggling, you still tried, you did the best you could, and you were successful at that, and that can never be taken away. where you're at right now, you can't compare to then. You can't compare to then to where you are now because things may have drastically changed in between, but in the background in your own life, yes, there could be fear and worry of what will they think? What will they do? Well, that's where your heart comes in. With the decision making, you weigh it up based on how well you truly know that said person. Do you really know them? Do you get on well with them? Do they respect you? If you ever opened up for most part of it, did they listen to you? Did they understand you? Did they do what no one else has ever done in life before and actually believe in you, in what you've said, what you've gone through? Because there might be family members that didn't believe you. There might be friends that turned their backs or overreacted. Did this one person in life remain as still as a tree but had the flow of water in catching your fall and providing an echo so you could hear yourself as much as they could hear you to remind you that they're there present? Because on the other side, if you was to be dealing with an overthinker and they made you feel welcomed, they were kind, whatever. When it comes to an overthinker will think of every possible scenario, good and bad, and yet still at the end of the day, they choose to love you. In regard to an overthinker, what's the depth of that person you know of? You have to weigh it up to see if reconnecting is worth your time, worth their time, worth it to begin with. If you have doubts, there's nothing wrong with that. You have a bad gut feeling, there's nothing wrong with that. Let's put it this way. If I was in a position where a person wanted to reach out to me, I don't demand, I don't expect. Of course, it would be nice if they ever did reach out, but I don't demand it whatsoever. If a person trying to reach out is cautious, scared, or worried, I don't take that personal. I don't take that as an insult. You know, could be the best person possible, but it's the trauma that's heavy, the past, which can sometimes get in the way and dictate or take over the choices of the survivor. That's why there is a process and method behind all of this. One method, one step, trusting the heart. Other method, other step, establishing safe spaces within your environment despite being around toxic people, finding those moments to focus in, to simply relax and breathe, trust the nervous system to make decision making just a little bit easier. Then the next step is understanding and outlining the fears and the worries of reaching out, the what ifs and what could happen, and understanding not everything that you fear is going to happen. And some stuff you may fear if you don't do, there's no reason to fear if you're not going to follow through with it. There's that as well. Ultimately, if you're honest with yourself as much as you're honest with them, even just a few words, that can mean a lot and that can resolve a lot. If you jumped in all happy and sparkly, even if it was a performance or an act, who are you trying to convince? You, them, what? The reason why it's important to acknowledge is for the sake and safety of yourself, to avoid resistance, to avoid conflict, to avoid anything or any bad reactions, more importantly, misunderstandings. If you did return back all loud and bubbly, that's nice, but if it's not real, you're doing yourself a disservice there, but you may open yourself up to them being frustrated because without context, when a person shows up all happy, they're going to be like, oh, you're okay. So where have you been all this time? You don't want that, likely, that conflict, that rejection, that coldness, that stab, that abruptness. It can trigger the past. So what's the safest? What's the most comfortable? What's the easiest approach? Well, we'll get to that in just a moment. Let me just slow down for a minute just for people to catch up. I hope this is making sense and it's not too much. I'll slow down for a moment, let people catch up. Does that as well. Let's sit down for a second. Be conscious of the time. Yeah, it's okay, Leela. That's fine. No problems. I'd rather listen to your jokes, Leela, than listen to degenerative language in the background elsewhere. Oh, don't worry, Sonny. Only people that get whipped are people on naughty behavior. Okay. I'd say the best approach is the one time you trust your heart is the one time in a situation like where you may be right now. Just a fact and a consideration, you may have that consideration of reconnecting with someone, says it all. That your heart is already made up. It's just your mind trying to catch up with the heart. Yes, you may still be tangled with the past and tangled with the current environment you're in, but that shouldn't have to define how your life should be forever. If there's been times in the past where you were able to, be around friends or a best friend or spend time with them to escape from all the darkness, even if it was for a short period, should that be any different than with a relationship? Like with reconnecting, the same can happen there, but maybe on a more deeper, more understanding scale, without the suffocation, without the over worrying, without the blaming, without the toxicity, without the judgment. If you're confident in who you know, who you were around, and they made you feel a way you've never felt before, should never forget that. That should be used in that specific environment with that specific person as a measuring stick for making decisions exclusively in that zone. If you ultimately reach out, what happens? What would really happen? If you're honest, and even if you keep it brief, if you need an example, let me know. Let me know in the chat right now if you would want an example, as in language and wording. Okay. So, first of all, the fear of rejection is understandable if that's happened in the past and the very person you look up to now and think highly of, if they turned you down, then it would feel like your whole world has ended. Just being realistic there. But what's the alternative to rejection? Nothing. As in, there's no closure. Don't get to release that energy within. That's on the basis that a person wants to do it, right? A person may have bubbles inside, bubbling away, wanting to reach out, but if it was burst, it feels like crashing all the way back down. Sometimes you might have a possible bad outcome, a possible bad fear, but it's not guaranteed, but you still consider it because it would hurt a lot. But then the other outcome could be also negative too. This is not about a trauma response in the past where you've got two options, one's bad and the other one's bad, and both end really badly. In this case, it's about you've got a few choices. One, you try, the fear of rejection comes on in. You have to find the positives when following through with it to consider weighing it up. Is it stacked more bad against good or more good against bad? The rejection part stings, can hurt, but how do they reject and how do they act? Could it come down to your own language and wording to protect your own self, to avoid total coldness? Because this is the thing, you could interpret silence and no response as rejection, but then you have to be honest with yourself and consider maybe they're busy, maybe they're struggling, but not personal to you. Maybe they're dealing with this stuff in the background as well, just like how you have. So, with a little bit of relating there, it can ease the tension. Weigh up the positives to the negatives with the fear. By weighing it up, positives to negatives, in some circumstances, it can reduce the fear, make it less bad. Sometimes when it comes to a phobia, flooding is where you push yourself out there, exposed to the fear, until the body, mind becomes exhausted and just accepts it and adapts. For a trauma survivor, that's too much. Systematic desensitization can help. Little steps, a hierarchy of examples and references which represent that one fear and working your way up to the actual fear, which may not no longer be as much of a big fear anymore. It's like desensitizing yourself with the fear. It's not about being cold or becoming a zombie or becoming dead inside. It's just about protecting yourself. What do you get out of reaching out? As said, low expectations can reduce the fear. Low expectations can reduce disappointment or anything like that or frustration. Do it for yourself. Do it to say to yourself that you got to release energy. You got to say everything you wanted to say to get stuff off your chest and even to get a bit of closure. Closure doesn't always mean hearing from them. It just means getting out what you've wanted to say all this time. You can get your own closure in that way. And how the other person is struggling or what they're dealing with, that could be completely separate and completely isolated. Just like how your own deep freeze, deep silence trauma response has absolutely nothing to do with them, but everything to do with your past or what's going on in the background. It could be the same for them. So it's also about not taking it personally. Once again, their reaction should be okay and should avoid the fear of rejection if they're a good person. That's why, without having to jump in with decisions, you weigh up who is that person at heart? What are they really like? How do they take it? Of course, still the grounded approach of expecting that, it might catch them off guard, as in reaching out all of a sudden. It might take them time to process. But once again, just focus on the small steps. If you've lasted this long, in a sense, avoiding them, by sending one message or one text, you do have another option. As said, there is always options. For a trauma survivor, it may feel like it's impossible. There is still another option. What you can do, if you are terrified, but at the same time, there is no other option, as in the feeling of if I don't reach out or if I don't, then I don't get closure. I've pent up frustration or energy within. I've lost the very thing that I've always wanted or who I looked up to. I'm still isolated, if not more than ever. I'm fucked. I know that sounds bad, but you know how I word stuff at times. Reaching out could alleviate some of that pressure. Reaching out could alleviate some of that isolation. How do you avoid rejection? How do you avoid silence? How do you avoid the possible fears? You send a possible message, you reach out in a certain way, you stay honest with yourself, try to be honest with them. You don't have to use too many words. And then block them again. I know that sounds bad, but if it's that bad, that difficult, but you still want to reach out, send the message, do what you got to do, what you want, and then block or mute. Because there might be that fear, that anxiety of, right, I've sent the message, it's a waiting game. Are they going to read it? Constantly checking the messages. Have they read it yet? Have they seen it yet? What are they going to do? What are they going to say? Are they going to react bad? It's like waiting for an appointment, the dentist, a meeting, a call on the phone, anything you don't really want to do or like to do. And it's that waiting game. And the longer you wait, the more the dread that there is. But if you've survived this long, even if it's not by choice and it's not exactly ideal, you've survived this long, somehow avoiding them and not reaching out and maybe avoiding their responses. You know, sometimes when it gets too much, you can't face the music and you don't want to see them distressed and you're struggling yourself where you can't help them. Sometimes it's easier to shut the whole world out, even digitally blocking someone. It's understandable. It makes sense. Well, that can still be done if you really need to keep that wall up to protect yourself or whilst you're healing and recovering, you can still do that. But by sending that message, it's not like they're going to pounce on you in seconds. You can send the message or in whatever format and then reblock that person. Sam, I believe they get the message, but they can't respond back to you. So then you don't have to deal with the fear of rejection. You don't have to deal with the fear of negativity or them becoming dark. You know what I'm saying? It's like for a split second, you can reach out, be the person you want to be real with yourself, and then, not for this to be taken badly, you can retreat back to your safe place, temporary or long term. But you can hold it to yourself that you did what you needed or wanted to do, and that can never be taken away. So it's like popping your head out, doing whatever, popping your head back under. But you did it. Once again, it all comes down to what you want, not all about another person. There might have been a time in the past where you felt you needed to heal for them when it should have been healing for yourself. But the intent behind your actions was real and pure. It's just the timing may have not been right then. But this time round, different situation, different stakes. The timing and choice is on you. The ball is in your court, not theirs. You can say as much or as little as you want. Okay, that's understandable. So really what you would require, Leela, is low levels of security, consistency, and frequency. Not that it's a be all and end all, but if you did ever come across people and you saw the good in people, even write it down on paper and track it, not too obsessively, but to track it, to prove to whoever or whatever that the consistency part is what builds that trust. I mean, I don't know if it will apply, Leela, but I do have a psychology playlist on my channel. There might be some stuff there that might help. There is that possibility in how they treated you as a self-projection of their own downfall or how they've been treated, taking it out on you in an unnecessary way, a chain reaction. That what they're saying and what they're basing it off is all subjective and not objective. Right, just give me a moment. What you say, Leela, is understandable because the reality is the people most closest, the people you're supposed to look up to, the people you're supposed to trust, if they screw you over, does that mean everyone else will? I've introduced it myself. I created it. It's the ladder effect. If the better people screw you over, anyone else below you is only going to be just as bad, if not worse. But like what the alternative is, some people say that they get on better and closer with stranger friends than they do with their own family. It's just trying to trust in that. And the way to trust in it is to go slow and just to focus on monitoring consistency and frequency from a distance. Nothing wrong in holding people at arm's length, an observational phase. Look for consistency and frequency. From the looks of it, there is consistency and frequency, all for the wrong reasons back then with that said person. Now it's about the same, but in the opposite direction, in a more positive one. Now, was there anyone in the background that wanted like a little script, like a little example on what to say if you was to reach out to someone in a relationship reconnecting? Let me know in the chat, in the background, if you want like a little script, a little idea of what to say. Okay? I'll give you a script right now. You can simply start off with hi. If I take time to speak, it's because I'm thinking about it very closely and important for the best outcome. It could be something along the lines of, "Hi there. You don't have to reply back." It's important to say that. It eliminates pressure. It removes the demand to perform. It stops you having to be the one to pretend to be okay and to, respond back and forth. So it can be, "Hi, you don't have to reply to this. I just wanted to let you know. I do still think of you. It's just that at this moment in time, I just don't have the strength." And then maybe say, "I hope that makes sense. I'm just not ready yet." It could be something like that. It doesn't have to be deep. It doesn't have to be long. It just has to be real. In this situation, it's not about being 100% or having to be 100% in being deserving of reaching out. It's just being at a point where you can say something and then leave it as that. And by saying you're not ready yet or I'm still recovering, you're making it very clear that you're just not available or not able to step up, which they should respect. That would show the boundaries. Putting in place boundaries, which they should understand. And if they were to reply back, they could say something like, "Hi there, it's good to hear from you. I understand. Take as long as you need." Could be something like that. And at that very moment, or if they did respond back with, "Oh, I missed you, and, they shower you with love," understandably, that's too much. It's an overwhelm. So, in fairness, it's about understanding that as well. But you can gauge it and you can control it based on what you say. Like, look at it this way. A bad example of what not to say would be, "Hey there, how are things? How are you doing? Hope you're doing well." What does that do? It opens up the potential for back and forth conversation, which you may not have the energy for. You're setting yourself up for a difficult time, for high pressure situation. Maybe in the past, when you showed up to parties, events, clients, friends, best friends, you had to smile. You had to bounce up and down. You had to be all happy and fun. You don't have to be here. You don't have to be happy. You don't have to jump up and down. You don't have to be bubbly. You don't have to be any of that. You be however you want to be, as long as it's honest with yourself, for the sake of yourself and for the sake of that reconnecting. That reconnecting can be a way of closure as well. That reconnecting can be a defining moment to say, as a counter to survivor's guilt, a counter to losing people in the past in different ways. You didn't lose this time round because you fought back. I'm going to sneeze. Okay. Let me just check the time quick. Right. So I'm going to have to end the stream round about now because it's very late and yeah, it's very late. So hopefully in the background that helps and hopefully it makes sense. I don't know if a follow-up video is needed or if this is enough. One last thing, not that it applies to everyone because I don't represent all humans, but before I go, is there anyone in the background that would want it rounded off as in a role play of a scenario? If a person reached out to me, how would I react? What would I say? Does anyone want a role play of that to get an idea? Okay. So let me just focus in right now. Oh, take care, high stakes, if you're referring to me. Right, so I'll do it right now. So I'm just gonna like say out the words of another person if they were reconnecting, and then I'll jump in with my response. If a person says, "Hi there, I know it's been a long time," you don't have to respond back at all. It's fine. I get it. I just wanted to let you know I still think of you or I respect you. You are a good person. There's a lot going on. I just don't have that energy. I'm just not ready. I said, you don't have to reply. I understand. And then, I mean, I should have done it with a different accent, to be honest. That would have been better. And then I step on in. Well, that's an interesting one, but I step on in. Even before I say anything, introspection. What am I thinking? The first thing I would be thinking, given that enough time has passed by, like months, to understand and come around to that acceptance of, well, what's clearly happened is severe, is bad, and it's not personal, and it's unfortunate for them. Getting to that point of acceptance, which would be the case. So introspection would be the fact that they've even reached out. I would be extremely proud of them because it's not easy to do so in the first place. But in my mind, it would also be like, as good as it is, got to control oneself out of respect for them too. Don't want to flood them, don't want to overwhelm them, They say that they've got low energy or there's a lot going on. So it's made clear what's happening. So the best thing I can do is at least say, I hear you, I understand, and then I'd probably say, you're still always welcome on this channel, even if you want to watch in the background for the time being. Is what helps along the way, then that's good to know. It'd be like, if there's like a part in which my presence keeps them somewhat sane, that's nice to know. That's probably what I would say. Keep it basic, but match the pace of them. What I say can't guarantee it for everyone, every human on this earth. Maybe I'm more patient, maybe I'm more lenient, maybe I'm more understanding than most humans on this earth. So it might not be a fair test to compare to everyone else. But yeah, if someone like a trauma survivor, and it's gone on for quite some time, the silence and all of that, for them to reach out, even if it's just a hi and that's it, that'd be a positive. And I would respond back, but I'd keep it brief as well. Ultimately, even if I joke and say that I'm the catalyst in life, in that case, I'd be like, I'll put that aside. I'll let them lead first, as in when they're ready, if they've got something to say, and just keep it like that, slow and steady. I'd also consider that things don't have to return back to how they originally were. Things could be different now. Doesn't mean to say it's a bad thing. And to be honest, what would I actually choose in terms of the personality of someone? Would I choose a bubbly, loud person that wears a mask to survive? Or do I choose a person that could be dark but honest? Providing there's no abuse, I'd choose the person that's dark and honest. I don't need fake positivity. I don't need fake positivity. I don't need positive bullshit. I just need it real. So, I don't represent all humans on this earth. That's just an example. So, hopefully that's enough. I don't want to drag it on. You can always rewatch these bits and old clips in the past. And even the video that I did yesterday or whenever, highlighting all the fears and the worries of reconnecting, that's all there, but it's also got all positive counters to every fear. Every fear that I outlined has a positive counter to it. So there's that. Anyway, based on the time, a little bit late, so I'll have to leave it there, okay? I'll do a countdown from 10. I'll do it from 20, and then we'll leave it there. 20, 19. We need to hire lost car keys. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So that's it now. 4 hours. That's quite a long one. So probably do a video tomorrow. And if I don't do a video tomorrow, I'm regenerating. So I'm going to end it now. Shout out to those who have watched. And of course, importantly, those in the background that have managed to find a way to communicate. hopefully things do work out and the example lines and words and the steps to reconnect do work in the right way and for yourself. So yeah. As for any psychology videos or stuff, I can't think of it at this moment in time, but once again, you might find the previous psychology videos helpful. You might even return back to much older psychology videos and see it in a different light now with the progress that you've made. Simple reality is, you find yourself here, you find yourself reconnecting. It's a fact, you've made progress. Because to get to this point requires a lot of work and effort anyway. So always consider that. So with that being said, take care, goodbye, good night for now, and there we go.